Mayor. So I'd like to go through the emergency response plan for this room. If there is an emergency, everybody is required to evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery behind me, please take direction from our security colleagues to evacuate the room. Council, please follow myself. After evacuating the room, please proceed down a stairwell, go to the ground level and evacuate through the emergency exits and go to the muster point, which is shown on the screen. Please do not take the elevator or walk through the city room. If there is anybody in council chambers with limited mobility, please identify yourself to security and we'd be happy to assist. If you require any first aid or assistance, please reach out to security in the first instance. Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Giesbrecht. I'd like to call this meeting to order, and I would like to start with a land acknowledgement. I'd like to acknowledge that we are meeting on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and the Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. Next, we'll do a roll call. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Hello. Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Good morning. All right. Adoption of the agenda. Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll move that the April 8th, 9th, 2025 City Council meeting agenda be adopted with the following changes. Y'all might want to go get a coffee. The addition of item 7.2, Community Mobilization Task Force on Housing and Houselessness, final report. 7.3, options to further enhance LRT safety, further analysis. 9.2, collective bargaining update, QP 30, tentative agreement ratification. 9.3, collective bargaining update number 2, verbal report. 9.4, collective bargaining update number 3, verbal report. 9.5, legal update, verbal report and attachment 1. 9.6, city auditor update 2025, number 4, verbal report and attachment 1. And a replacement report on item 7.4, regional plan of action to address housing and homelessness, mental health and addictions, community and public services report, and replacement attachment on item 9.1, collaborative economic development memorandum of understanding, attachment 1.
Second.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Please vote.
Councillor Salvador, yes.
Thanks, Councillor Salvador.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Next, approval of the minutes. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. I'll move the approval of the minutes from the March 17th, 2025 City Council public hearing, the March 18th, 19th, 2025 City Council meeting, and the March 24th, 2025 Special City Council meeting.
Thank you. Any errors, omissions, questions? Seeing none, please vote. Oh, seconder.
Second.
Sorry. Thank you.
Councillor Salvador, yes.
Thanks, Councillor Salvador. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Next, we'll move to protocol items. Well, now we can go get another cup of coffee. We have a few, well, it's always fun. We always enjoy protocol items here. So happy to be celebrating this. April is Celebrate Diversity Month, a time to recognize and honor the world's diverse cultures, perspectives, and experiences while promoting inclusivity and understanding. Edmonton is a welcoming place where people from around the world call home. Our diversity and inclusive nature are what draw people to our communities. Diverse perspectives and inclusive workforces foster a greater creativity, innovation, and adaptability. At the City of Edmonton, we have teams that support both talent diversification and inclusion. The talent team implements hiring programs and initiatives that support the city's goal to build a diverse and inclusive workforce. The inclusion team supports in furthering a respectful workplace for city staff. Their work has been instrumental in helping the city become recognized as a top diversity employer in Canada and one of Canada's top employers for youth. Our Indigenous Relations Office also develops, promotes, and supports Indigenous relations in the city and engages participation in the city's workforce. They play a crucial role in ensuring that city-mandated services address the needs of Indigenous people. They lead projects like Red Dress Day, the Moose Hide Campaign, and a number of other initiatives that guide us on the path of reconciliation. We also rely on committees like WAVE, the Women's Advisory Voice of Edmonton. They advocate for women's gender-based issue resolutions and opportunities related to city policies, priorities, and decisions. Uplifting diversity is how we become a stronger city. Diverse perspectives and backgrounds help us to understand issues from different viewpoints. This ensures that every Edmontonian is accounted for in decision-making to build a better city. We want Edmonton to be a place where everyone is safe and welcome. An inclusive Edmonton is built together. Our differences will always make us stronger, while also encouraging us to embrace our shared humanity. So thank you to everyone who has decided to make Edmonton their home. Let's cheer that. Okay, and I have another protocol item to share. Next, I would like to recognize the Development Services Branch at the City of Edmonton. I won't have you stand up yet, but I will have you stand up once I'm finished reading this. Last year was a significant year of achievements. The branch issued 50% more development and building permits compared to 2023, completed approximately 700 safety code inspections a day, implemented a brand new zoning bylaw and district plans, and became the first municipality in Canada to introduce automated permitting. Just last month, the Canadian Home Builders Association, CHBA, announced that Edmonton ranked #1 in its 2024 municipal benchmarking study. This is the second consecutive year Edmonton has taken top spot on the survey, which examines how local development processes, approvals, and charges affect housing affordability and housing supply in major housing markets across the country. The study evaluated 23 municipalities across Canada in several areas related to housing supply and/or housing affordability, including approval timelines, charges and fees on new development, and planning approval processes and features. The branch also streamlined processes and improved customer service, saving customers an estimated $6 million and 109,000 days collectively each year. These are just a few of the many impressive accomplishments that showcase the incredible work by Development Services last year. It's also a remarkable demonstration of the branch's dedication and their role the team plays in making Edmonton a national leader in housing affordability, process improvements, and ensuring Edmonton remains a place of opportunity long into the future. On behalf of City Council, I'd like to recognize and thank Deputy City Manager of Urban Planning and Economy, Kim Petrin. Where is she? There she is. Branch Manager of Development Services, Travis Pollock. Where is he? There he is. Great. And the hundreds of employees, many of whom are joining us here in Chambers for their tireless efforts and exceptional work. Keep it up. Woo! And next protocol item. I'd like to take a moment to recognize one of our incredible community partners, Al-Rashid Mosque. Hi, Noor. Whose unwavering dedication has made a profound impact on Edmonton's extreme weather response. Since 2019, Al Rashid Mosque has been providing vital overnight shelter services during periods of extreme cold weather, offering a lifeline to some of our city's most vulnerable residents. This past winter, Al Rashid Mosque activated its overnight shelter for 45 nights, providing a safe space for up to 93 people per night. In total, Al Rashid offered 2,626 overnight stays. These were more than just safe spaces. They were places where individuals could find warmth, community, and dignity. Their efforts complement and strengthen the city's overall extreme weather response, which supports Edmontonians during severe weather conditions. The mosque's willingness to open its doors year after year demonstrates the power of collaboration and compassion in keeping people safe. None of this would be possible without the dedication of over 19 volunteers and a committed team who work tirelessly to provide nutritious meals, essential hygiene services, and a compassionate environment each night. On behalf of the City of Edmonton, I want to express our deepest gratitude to Al Rashid Mosque and its volunteers. Your compassion and partnership have significantly strengthened our extreme weather response and help ensure that vulnerable Edmontonians have access to safe, supportive spaces when they need it most. We are proud to formally recognize and celebrate Al Rashid Mosque for its extraordinary contributions. This initiative is just one of the many ways the mosque supports and enriches our community. And we are grateful for your continued collaboration in building a stronger, more compassionate Edmonton. Thank you for your remarkable service and dedication. And I'll ask everyone to stand up so that we can honor you. Thank you so much. Kim, everyone. Oh yeah, that felt good. All right. Next, we will go to select items for debate. I will ask my colleagues to sign up, please. Councillor Stevenson?
Thank you very much. I would like to select items 6.3, 6.4, 7.3, 7.5, and 7.7.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford?
Yes, I would like to select item 6.1 and item 7.2, as well as item 9.6.
Thank you. Councillor Jans?
7.8.
Thank you. Councillor Tang?
I like to select 6.2, 7.1, yeah. I like to do the must selects 9.3, 9.4, 9.5. You know what, I'll just do 9.1, 9.2 as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Wright?
I just removed myself.
Councillor Principe, just before you vote, can I just confirm what I heard?
Sure, please go ahead.
So council has selected all the items from unfinished business from the last council meeting, 6.1 to 6.4, all the public reports except for 7.4, 7.6, and all the private reports except for 9.2. Does that match what you have?
Oh, I think I did select 9-2.
Any other changes, Councillor Principe?
Yes. No, there are no other changes. Sorry.
I'll move all remaining items.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried.
Would you like me to confirm what council has just approved this morning?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you. This morning, council has approved the following two reports. 7.4, the Regional Plan for Action to Address Housing and Homelessness, Mental Health and Addictions coming from Community and Public Services Committee, as well as the Public Engagement Policy Renewal coming from Executive Committee.
Thank you. Next, we will go request to speak. We do have some requests to speak this morning. However, it is not common for City Council, at a City Council meeting, to hear from speakers. We are always welcome to...
Point of order.
Yes?
I would like to move, I'm on the board to move the motion and debate why I think we should make an exception.
I apologize, Councillor Rutherford. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would like to move that we hear from the speakers on 7.2.
All right. Any questions? Seconder?
Second.
Oh, would you like to explain?
Yeah,
Or
happy-
did you want to
yeah,
talk, or
happy-
do we just vote?
No, it's a motion, so I'd like to introduce it.
Okay,
Yeah,
please do.
absolutely. I know we typically don't hear from this. This is a bit different to me because this is the Community Mobilization Task Force. Joshua Evans was a member. I would have issues if they were here to make presentations, so that they're here to ask questions only, so we're not going to be taking up time with presentations. And Canadian Mental Health Association was not on the task force, but one of the recommendations does specifically pertain to them. So I think we're limiting our ability to ask questions of these individuals should the opportunity present itself. If we don't have any questions for them, we accept them and we don't ask questions of them. I don't see it being a big issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Ting?
Maybe a question to administration. Was there a reason why this report was not committee first to allow speakers rather than coming straight to council?
I believe that because it was seen as the mayor's task force, along with the recommendations, that it would just come to council rather than committee, because this was a community mobilization task force, so they were reflective of some of those community perspectives and coming straight to council.
So because they were reflective of the community perspectives, then presumably then there wouldn't be a lot of people registered speak, is the assumption of why it wasn't at committee, I'm guessing?
I'm not sure if there's other context that anyone else from ELT wanted to share on this, but no, it's not to suggest that all community perspectives were captured because of the members of the task force. But just given the urgency and the desire to move quickly, the thought was to come straight to council.
Yeah, I do support it. I think it's important to have, especially those who are not on the task force, but I was just a little perplexed initially why it wasn't at committee first. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Wright?
I'm just wondering, could it almost be considered that they, because they're just there to answer questions, only be part of sort of admin's delegation? Like, would that be a sort of an exception to
You
hearing?
might want to ask admin why they didn't have them as the delegation.
Okay.
Because there is other delegated members, like the co-chairs.
As part of the task force that are going to be on. So is there any rationale as to why they weren't included in the delegation?
The chairs of the task force are here to speak to the item on behalf of the task force.
Okay, but why wasn't sort of a broader delegation brought forward?
I think just because of the chairs of the task force are speaking on behalf of the task force, and so, you know, it was to streamline those that would be presenting and reflecting the work in the report would be done by the two chairs, or the co-chairs of the task force.
Okay, 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 well, I am, on an exception basis, yeah, supportive of this as well, then, thank you.
Thank you. Please vote on hearing from the speakers.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Request for time specific on agenda.
I will
Someone like to-
move that the following item be dealt with at a specific time on the agenda. Item 9.6, City Auditor Update 2025 number 4, verbal report at 1:30 on Wednesday, April 29th, which is tomorrow.
Second.
Thank you very much. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Next, vote on bylaws not selected for debate. Councillor Cartmell, please.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. I will move first reading of items 8.1, 8.2, 8.3, and 8.4.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. Just waiting on one more vote. Councillor Tang? We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried.
Councillor Principe, I'll move second reading of items 8.3 and 8.4.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried.
Councillor Principe, I'll move consideration of third reading of items 8.3 and 8.4.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried.
Councillor Principe, I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 21058 and bylaw 21072.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Do we have any councillor inquiries today? Reports to be dealt with at a different meeting? None. Requests to reschedule reports? None. Unfinished business. We are on to item 6.1.
Sorry, point of order, I think
Or-
it's 7.1.
Oh, 7.1. Thank you. There it is. I see it. Thank you. On to item 7.1. Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Good morning, Council. My name is Kristen Fuller. I'm the Indigenous Relations Director, and I'm here today to bring forward the Indigenous-led housing letter of intent with Treaty 8. So good morning, Council. Today I'm pleased to be joined by Treaty 8 First Nations of Alberta. We are here to seek Council's approval on our recommendation for the Mayor to sign a letter of intent between Treaty 8 First Nations of Alberta and the City of Edmonton. The purpose of this letter of intent is to commit us to working together to address Indigenous housing needs in the City of Edmonton. As treaty people, we are stronger when we work together. This work is an extension of our existing relationship with Treaty 8 First Nations of Alberta and in recognition of their citizens who live in our city. As a city committed to addressing the Truth and Reconciliation calls to action, we recognize that Indigenous peoples have the knowledge, experience, and solutions required to address these issues effectively. Implementing these calls to action means working with rights holders. By collaborating and advocating to other orders of government, together we can begin to achieve many of the housing-related goals we have for Edmontonians, particularly for urban Indigenous community members. I'm very grateful to be joined today by Chief Rupert Menin, who represents Tall Cree Tribal Government on behalf of Treaty 8 First Nations of Alberta. It was important to us that we are here together today in this ongoing commitment to truth and reconciliation efforts in Edmonton. At this time, I'd like to invite Chief Rupert Menin to say a few words. After that, we'll be happy to take any of your questions.
Thank you, and good morning, Deputy Mayor Principe and members of the City Council. I have a few very brief comments to share with City Council. First of all, thank you for providing the opportunity to address Council today regarding the Treaty 8 First Nations of Alberta Housing Letter of Intent. My name is Rupert Menin. I am the Chief of the Tall Cree Tribal Government and the Director of Treaty 8 First Nations of Alberta, a federally incorporated not-for-profit organization. I'm here this morning bringing greetings on behalf of the 24 nations of the Treaty 8, and Grand Chief Trevor Mercury sends his regrets as he is currently in Calgary providing opening comments for the AOTC. I know the Grand Chief would have liked to be here. Personally, I want to thank the Council and the City Administrators who helped develop this housing letter of intent for City Council's final approval. This housing letter of intent between the City and Treaty 8 is long overdue. Previous City Councils and administrations have been highly supportive of working with First Nations and to leverage government assets and funding to develop much-needed priority First Nation housing. These past efforts have reshaped First Nations housing development opportunities in Edmonton. Today, there are two existing Treaty 8 housing projects, the first on Fort Road at 66th Street and the other at 156th Street and Stony Plain Road. Each delivering priority housing supports to Indigenous populations in need. As well, currently the City is leading efforts to leverage City-owned lands and stack provincial and federal funding to match these City investments. The City and Treaty 8 are now exploring these housing development opportunities with multiple other partners and agencies. On behalf of the Treaty 8 First Nations of Alberta and the individual Treaty 8 Alberta 24 nations, we encourage continued dialogue between all parties to increase the availability of decent, safe, respectful, and culturally appropriate First Nations housing. This housing letter of intent acknowledges the past and reaffirms commitments to future partnerships that can evolve through collaborations. Members of Council, thank you again for your continued support, and we are available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you very much again.
Thank you. Next, we will go to questions. Councillor Tang, you selected this item. Please go ahead.
Well, thank you very much for the presentation. First, I'll move that the Mayor, on behalf of City Council, sign the housing letter of intent with Treaty 8 First Nations of Alberta as set out in Attachment 1 of the April 8, 2025 Community Services Report CS02960 to support efforts to increase Indigenous-led housing in Edmonton.
Second.
Well, thank you very much for the presentation. I see you in the chamber. I feel it will be a missed opportunity if we didn't select this because I think it's a really tremendous milestone. And I see lots of hands, so there's a lot of history to bring this to where we are today. So I guess I think one of my questions we have. So this will formalize essentially the relationship between City of Edmonton and Treaty 8. Is that correct?
Good afternoon, Councillor. My name is Walter Tresenko. I'm a consultant working on behalf of Treaty 8. That's essentially correct, yes.
And we also have kind of formalized a letter of intent on the housing file with Treaty 6, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. And what does this mean potentially for, is there joint advocacy initiative that opens up, or, yeah, if you want to speak to that? No.
Just from a high-level perspective, the relationship between the City of Edmonton and Treaty 8 has been very strong. There's been a lot of collaboration that's been occurring over the past few years. I think Treaty 8's at that very important moment in its history with respect to housing, of actually having access to federal funding that can be stacked with the City of Edmonton investments and provincial funding. So this is an important point in time, and this letter of intent reaffirms the relationship and the partnerships that could develop as we move forward.
I guess from the City of Edmonton folks, you know, I guess what I'm trying to get at is I think these initiatives are really important to also further strengthen our position on the national landscape when it comes to Indigenous-led housing, wouldn't you say?
I would say.
Okay, and you mentioned there's 2 projects going on, and they're completed, or what's the anticipated completion?
Councillor Tang, there are 2 projects that are currently in place and operational. The first is on 156th Street and Stony Plain Road, and that's a housing shelter providing much-needed subsidized housing to those individuals, Indigenous individuals in need. And the other project is a recently completed project at 66th Street and Fort Road. It's a, excuse me, it's a housing project for youth aging out of care. And that recently opened, and that was done in close collaboration with the city and CMHC.
Excellent, thank you. So sorry, I'm out of time.
Councillor Stevenson?
Well, yeah, thank you very much. You know, agree with Councillor Tang. It's a really important milestone, and really happy to have the chance to mark it in these chambers. I, you know, had the honor of being part of the groundbreaking for the project on Fort Road, and so excited that it is already housing folks. I think that's a wonderful project and much needed in the community. I was really pleased to see in the letter of intent with the joint advocacy in terms of funding for Indigenous housing, but also the related wellness programs and operational funding as well. We had a discussion last week around the importance of, you know, knowing what we need to ask for. So I'm wondering if part of this work can also be identifying the specific needs, or quantifying, you know, those exact asks that we have of other orders of government.
Yes, this opens up conversations for various different options, and that we can look at leveraging as best we can.
Yeah, and I think that comes down to, you know, the ability to share data in terms of number of people served, number of people on wait lists. Is that something this letter of intent would help us to do?
As best we can, share as much information as we can to ensure that everybody can succeed to the best of our ability. So this does formalize the relationship between us, especially with these portfolios.
Yeah, I think that's a great opportunity, just that we know, you know, again, when we were looking at emergency shelter spaces, being able to quantify the need, highlight the gaps that exist in service, that ended up being a really powerful ask, because we could point to numbers, we could evidence that. And so I think continuing to do that work through this letter of intent and the work generally will be a really great way to strengthen some of that advocacy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. I'll pass the chair to Councillor Stevenson.
I have the chair.
Thank you. I do have a question on the collaboration with Treaty 6. Was Treaty 6 involved in the, because it's Treaty 8 being on Treaty 6 territory, correct? So is Treaty 6 a part of the discussion?
They do know that this is in place. There is discussions between the two confederacies. They are fully aware that this is what's happening.
So
right
were they involved in the process then?
I believe in some ways, but really this is a relationship between Treaty 8 and the city, so Treaty 6 is well aware of what's all happening. They know this is coming up to council, and that we are voting to approve this. So they are working together.
I believe there's a separate application for Nigi Housing, which is Treaty 6 and Treaty 8 in collaboration to basically do the same thing that we are doing as Treaty 8 and Treaty 6. So there is an application in there already.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I wasn't sure like how, how the correct process is because it's on a different land, right? A different treaty land. So I wasn't sure like how, if you worked in communication with Treaty 6 territory.
Yes, we
Yeah,
have.
okay,
Yes.
great, thank you. That was it for me. Oh, Councillor Wright, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to clarify. Treaty 6, they are aware and supportive? Okay.
Yes, that
that's
is correct.
Just the
Yes.
one word I wanted to double check on. Okay, thank you, that's all.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. I don't see any other questions. There may be some people that would wish to speak to this item. If anyone would like to speak to this item, please sign up. I would like to do this acknowledgement. We have a City Hall School here today. We have a class from Garneau School, grade 5, 6. The teacher, M. Chell. Hi, everyone. Hi. Papasteo. There's your counselor right there, Counselor Michael Jans. See? So have you done a mock council, or are you planning to do one? After you're doing one. Have you selected your mayor? Yeah? Oh, hi. And have you selected an item to debate? Yeah? Okay. Do you want to come on down to the podium? You can just come right here where the microphone is. Great. And can you give us just your first name?
Oliver.
Hi, Oliver. Welcome. So please let us know what will you be discussing today?
You guys have already, I believe, tried it. We're gonna be discussing whether Edmonton Transit Service should be free.
Okay, great. Where's Councillor Paquette? I think he's going to be happy to hear that. Yeah, and Councillor Knack. All of us are happy to hear that. It's a good discussion. It's a really important discussion to have. So thank you. Thank you for doing your part, and let us know what you decide, okay, please?
Okay.
Okay, thanks. Have fun. Thanks for being here today. All right, to speak to this item, Councillor Paquette, please go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Not a lot to say because I think this speaks for itself. I just want to thank everyone else for thank everyone for making the journey to come out to see us today, and we appreciate you. And I will just say that from my experience, Treaty 8 has been an amazing partner. The build on Fort Road and 66th went flawlessly, and I have to say, one of the things that I noticed, because I passed by it almost every day, is how clean the work site was. And that's a testament to sort of the partnerships that Treaty 8 has made. They got great builders, and they are great partners, and I hope to continue to prove that Treaty 8 has great partners in the city of Edmonton as well. And to the teams that made it happen, thank you. We applaud you, and can't wait to see what else is happening. And I will mention on a personal note, I have to eat a little bit of crow, and that is that a little over a year ago, this council declared a housing emergency. And I was reluctant to do so because I have known that Indigenous communities have been made promises, big promises, about housing and supports in the past, and very often left disappointed. But this council went above and beyond, and they walked the talk. And the partnerships that we have with Indigenous housing across treaties and with the Métis Nation of Alberta, and bringing in the federal government and even the provincial government into these conversations has been nothing short of astounding. And so while I thank everyone who made it possible, I also thank my council colleagues for making a commitment and following through, which sounds like, well, of course that's what you should do. But I will tell you that in this sphere, it is very noticed and very appreciated. Hi, Marseille. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Tang to close.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. We have a fairly sizable discussion today about housing and houselessness situation in Edmonton. I think it remains one of the single biggest challenge we continue to face as a city, as a province, as a nation. And I think indeed urban Indigenous population is also very diverse, and I think this is a critical milestone and, quite frankly, a good news story that recognizes that diversity. And I think this formalized relationship, on top of our other many formalized relationships, helps, like I said earlier, strengthens our position in the wider landscape for Indigenous-led housing and continues to move us forward on this path of shared commitment for reconciliation. So I just want to thank all the parties that were involved. Thank you very much to Treaty 8 Confederacy for being here today, and to many city workers, staff members for making it happen today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Please vote.
You have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Thank you. And now we will move to item 6.1, the City Auditor Bylaw. And whenever you're set up, you can go ahead with the presentation. Whenever you're ready, please go ahead.
Thank you. So thank you. I'm here today to discuss the new City Auditor Bylaw. I do have a short presentation, but I'm just going to suggest, in the interest of time, that we can just jump to any questions that you might have on it.
Okay, is everyone okay with that? Does anyone
want the
need a
presentation?
Want the presentation, please.
Sure. Yeah. All right. We'll go right to the next slide. Thank you. So a new City Auditor Bylaw is required to update the language and content of the bylaw, including an internal audit charter, and to comply with the Institute of Internal Auditors Global Internal Audit Standards. The new bylaw also proposes consequential amendments to the Audit Committee bylaw. The most significant change to the City Auditor Bylaw is the inclusion of the Internal Audit Charter, which we modeled after the Institute of Internal Auditors Model Internal Audit Charter. Other significant changes include defining the mandate of the Office of the City Auditor as providing all internal auditing activities for all programs and activities carried out by the city under the authority of the city manager. Removing references to city agencies and agencies, boards, and commissions. Requiring the individual appointed to the position of City Auditor to hold a certified internal auditor designation. Confirming that the City Auditor's performance will be reviewed through a City Manager and City Auditor Performance Evaluation Committee, and confirming the importance of the Office of the City Auditor's objectivity. Next slide. So the bylaw also proposes consequential amendments to the Audit Committee bylaw to align with new City Auditor bylaw and the Global Internal Audit Standards. These include replacing the peer review section with an external quality assessment section to align with the wording and descriptions in the Global Internal Audit Standards, updating the report section to align with the new Internal Audit Charter, and that the committee will recommend to council approval of the city auditor's annual work plan and any changes to the plan requested by the city auditor. And that's all. I'm ready for questions now.
Thank you. We'll go start with Councillor Rutherford. You selected this item. Please go ahead.
Yeah, and just to confirm, because it's a bylaw reading, I don't have to put first reading on the floor to ask questions.
No, this is an odd, but it's just a layover, so I'd suggest ask all your questions, and if there's any
Perfect.
changes, then we'll take it next steps.
Perfect, thank you. There's two things that are sticking out to me in this bylaw. I feel like the removal, it is consequential to me, the removal of the agencies, boards, and commissions from the scope of the city auditor. I'm kind of worried that might be leaving a bit of a gap. So can you walk me through that a little bit more, the rationale and, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. So the reason we've made this change is to better reflect the reality of how we prepare our annual plan and where we look for preparing our annual plan. So how we do that is we look at those programs and activities under the authority of the city manager. And that's how we've always done it. We've also always, and we still have the ability for council to direct the city auditor to perform other activities, and that's how we've done any particular audits of agencies, boards, commissions. We don't go out there purposefully searching to see if there should be audits there, but if they come through other avenues, there's that ability to use that clause. There's also, within the funding agreements, there's right to audit clauses that can be used to direct the city auditor's office to perform audits as well, or just through coming to audit committee, and that's how we've done it in the past. The boards come through the mayor or the audit committee chair at the time and wanted an audit, and the audit committee agreed, and we've made a change to the plan. And so those audits have happened in the past that way, and that's how they could continue to occur as well.
So what I'm worried about, because it doesn't say anything in there kind of to that effect, and let's say there is a whistleblower complaint about agency, board, or commission. If this bylaw passes, what would be done with that?
We would still be treating it the same way we've treated those under the old bylaw. Whistleblower complaints about agencies, boards are outside. They are still considered outside of my authority, especially to perform investigations. I would not have any access to information or people or any of that. So we still have to handle those in the same way that we do now, and that depends on the nature of the complaint.
Okay, that provides some comfort for me for that. And then I guess just to Aileen, I just want to confirm with you as the city clerk, if this is removed in the bylaw, that your understanding of the bylaw is the same, that council could still direct any kind of audit on an agency, board, or commission
So
if things arise. Because I know that agency, boards, and commissions also have their own audits and own processes, but
So the short answer is yes, but the qualification I'd like to give is that people use the term agency, boards, and commissions very broadly, and there's very specific definitions. So some of the agency, boards, and commissions are advisory committees of council, so they're well within your mandate, so you're able to direct the city auditor if it's something that you're creating. If it's an external agency, to the city auditor's point, those are third-party agencies, they're civic agencies because you make appointments, but you do not directly control, and unless there's a grant agreement, it makes it difficult to get the information. So the short answer is you can always direct the city auditor, and you can always, through your partner and funding agreements, seek to have the auditor involved or a third party as required.
okay, that's helpful, thank you. And then my other question was, I just wasn't fully understanding around the notwithstandings under the external quality assessment. So it says, if approved by committee, the city auditor may conduct a self-assessment with independent validation in lieu of an external quality assessment. And I just wanted to understand more about that process and what's the difference.
Sure, yeah, and we actually did do a self-assessment for our last audit in 2020, and so what it's allowed under our standards to either hire somebody to come in and do the full work on that assessment, or a self-assessment, and we do the work up front and we provide that to a validator, and that validator goes through what we've given them. They still perform some work with interviews and things like that, but it's it's cheaper. So that's why we chose to do it
like more
last time.
cost-effective or
Cost effective,
efficient.
yes, exactly. It requires a lot of work on our side. I will say that we have to be audited, everybody knows, this year, and my plan would be to have an external auditor actually do the audit because the standards are new, and I want to find areas for improvement as well.
Okay, and that would still come to committee for approval anyway if it was a
Yeah,
self-assessment?
I'll
Okay.
be coming with a plan for that to committee.
Perfect, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Knack?
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Thank you for this. I just have one question related to Schedule A. So I'm probably going to look at the city clerk first. So Section 9 talks about the city auditor will perform the city's internal audit function in accordance with Schedule A. And if you go to page 8 in Schedule A, it talks about that council authorizes the Office of the City Auditor to, in the second bullet point, have full and unrestricted access to all functions, data, records, information, physical property, and personnel pertinent to carrying out everything. So that's good. I think that's important. What I wanted to double check is that is the only reference to personnel, and it's council's authorization to the auditor, whereas in Section 13, under City Manager Support, Section 13, subsection 2, states that the city manager must provide the city auditor with reasonable accommodation and access to all locations where an audit investigation or review is being conducted. My question is, should we include the word personnel there as well? And if not, why not?
So I'll let Eddie speak for himself, but if I can go first.
Sure.
So the city manager, what this section is it's basically the city auditor is an employee of city council and under the obligations of an internal auditor. These are all of the functions that the city auditor and services provide. So I provide a number of services on behalf of the city manager to the city auditor. Schedule A is part of your bylaw and it just goes one level deeper. Section 13B does say that the city manager will provide access. So physically, if the city auditor needs to get into a building or go and explore something, the city auditor would provide that access. Schedule A, which is part of the bylaw, goes one level deeper and gives examples of the types of records, including personnel and all other data that's required for the auditor to complete her functions.
So
I don't think it needs to be specified, but I'll defer to Eddie.
I guess the question I'll ask, and then Mr. Robar, you can answer this, is that, I don't foresee a situation where you're going to prevent access to staff to the city auditor, which is identified in Schedule A, but what if we had a rogue city manager who isn't you? Does the way this is written potentially give any uncertainty to the city auditor that they would not have access to the staff that they need to ask questions on to complete their audit properly?
Yes, Councillor, I don't see the wording of this touching on that issue. I think ultimately that's somewhat of a separate issue in terms of the way the bylaw is drafted. This is more intended to deal with access to physical spaces and make sure that the city auditor has, and again, ultimately there would be recourse to council independently of this bylaw if a city manager in the future was not following directions vis-a-vis an investigation.
I guess what I'm trying to prevent, again, I know this is a ridiculous scenario potentially, but what I want to be sure about is the way this is written, and again, I'll pull page 8 specifically, is by referencing that second bullet point, saying council has authorized the city auditor full and unrestricted access to personnel, that is enough legal standing that even if a city manager, a rogue city manager, wanted to say, no, you can't, we've only given you access to the location, not to staff, they can go back and say, no, this bylaw is firm through that bullet point. And there is no way that a city manager could restrict a city auditor from accessing staff to do their job.
Correct. There would be other avenues.
But, so that's what I may be clarifying, is that, so playing out that scenario, and again, probably a ridiculous scenario, if a city manager tried to say we're not going to allow you access to staff, would then, I guess, what are the other avenues? Does that mean council has to go and have a sit-down meeting with the city manager and provide direction? Or what I'm just trying to make sure is, I don't want to have another step. I want to make sure that what is in writing gives the city auditor and their team clear and 100% access to staff. And I'm a little worried that the way it's written feels like it gives me a tad bit of uncertainty that there could be games played if there was a weird scenario that happened.
Well, let me say, number one, there would have to be a legal reason why a city manager would be denying access. It can't just be an arbitrary decision. It has to be a lawful reason. But those are very, very rare. Secondly, this section of the bylaw would not address the scenario you're contemplating, Councillor, but council can always provide a specific direction. It doesn't need to be in a bylaw. You could direct, if there's some issue that comes forward, council as a body could direct that a certain course of action take place.
Okay, I think, sorry, I want to close the loop on this, but I'm out of time, so I'll need one more round. Sorry for the super picky.
Move a second round.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote on a second round.
Yes.
We have all the vote.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Go ahead, Councillor Knack.
Sorry, thank you. I know, silly, but I wanted to make sure. So what I'm hearing, I guess I was just trying to confirm, because in my head, I was trying to think about the harm it would create to add that line to give one more layer of certainty. But if it is truly seen as redundant, I'm not going to make that motion. But I want to be sure from a legal standpoint that if you feel that there is no added value of me adding the term personnel in section 13.2, then I won't. But if you think it could provide greater clarity or certainty, then.
So just to be clear, section 13 is about the city manager providing services. So the city manager, it's
13.1 I thought was more about the
13.1,
service.
13.2. I don't think it needs to be stated in there, but this is your bylaw giving instructions to your city
If
auditor.
everyone is in agreement, and then they can pull the record of this meeting in 20 years' time and listen back, that knows the city manager has full access to staff, then I am comfortable leaving it as is. So, okay.
And Councillor, I can add one more thing to assist, though. The Municipal Government Act also indicates that the auditor is entitled to access employees. So
Perfect.
even
There's the
specifically beyond this, that would be a second head of authority.
Love that. Thank you. Okay, then that's it for me. Thank you very much. Thanks for entertaining that.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. I'm not seeing any other questions. Councillor Rutherford, you selected the item. Would you like to?
Yeah, I'll move first reading of this bylaw.
Second.
Thank you. Any questions? Please vote.
Just waiting for one vote. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried.
I'll move second reading on this item.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried.
I'll move consideration of third reading.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the vote.
Please display the vote. And that has carried.
I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 21111.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Okay, great. We'll move on to item 6.2.
Hi.
Hi.
I think we're carrying on this conversation that was started in March, so I don't know if we still have the same, we probably won't have the same speakers list, so happy to take any questions.
Great, thank you. Let's see, Councillor Tang, you selected this item. Would you like to go first?
I was just trying to find my notes from March about what were my questions on this. I mean, I think there's a motion with some blanks. I don't know how we want to you want me just to table that and then we discuss?
So this is, and apologies if I said this the last time, because there's some blanks in the report, because I don't know, I'm making an assumption that if council wants to strike this committee, at the same time you give 3 readings to the bylaw, it'd be really helpful to know who would be on the committee, and then also recommendation if you're going to add a committee and add more workload, that perhaps you want to look at reducing the number of councillors on utility committee. But again, you don't have to do that. Just happy to take any questions that you might have. But the first step, I would say, is to make a determination. If you want to approve the bylaw, then we can get into appointments, and we may need to go in camera for those conversations.
I mean, I think I agree with that, what you just proposed. Yeah, so I'm happy to yield my time, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Cartmel?
Yeah, thank you. So I too have lost the thread of this conversation. There was some, there was a suggestion, and I think in the original conversation, about having members of the private sector on committee. And I have forgotten where that went. It seems to be lost in this latest iteration of the report, though.
Yeah, so what's been presented was based on the last direction, I think, from the January, February meeting, which maybe back up so make sure that we're all on the same page. So in December, council passed a motion for us to come back with a report about what an infrastructure committee would look like, when could it be set up, what would they do, and how could we have public members on it. We then came back February-ish, tested the waters again. The general consensus from council was, yes, go away and come up with a bylaw. Yes, we're interested in having public members, but not right now. We'll do that later. Go and prioritize the bylaw, come back ASAP, which was 2 weeks later, give us the bare bones, including the mayor plus 4 members of council, any other adjustments to the committee's bylaw, and oh, by the way, maybe take some people off utility. So that's where we were at, and we ran out of time last council, so.
Yeah, and there was some conversation, as I recall, that about perhaps having this conversation, but deferring actually taking action on it until later in the year or after the election. I forget which one that was. Did that distill down to just the private or just the public member component being deferred till later, and that this would be activated now? Or is there still this piece of maybe we do this later? I'm asking what your recollection of the conversation is.
My recollection is I suggested later in December, and then I followed council's direction in December, which was come back, and then I followed council's direction in March, which was create the bylaw, which is before you, but the public member conversation was deferred to do a recruitment, to develop a recruitment campaign off the top of my head with industry and come back with options in Q1, Q2 next year post-election.
Which, if we stand up this committee now, might be the first order of business for that committee. Is that your recollection?
Yeah, I just did what the majority wanted, which was to draft this bylaw, and so here we are.
Yeah, okay. Because time has passed, I just wonder about doing this right now and playing with a calendar that's got, 6-ish months to run. But I guess that's idle talk at the moment. I'll concede my time.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Stevenson.
Oh, I just wanted to understand point 2 of the recommendation. I think a challenge is that I think there's a fair bit of crossover between utility committee and then interest in this committee. I'm understanding we obviously can't have a majority of utility committee members leaving. Is it a requirement for someone to leave utility to join this committee?
No, they have nothing to do with each other. The reason that we added two additional members to utility committee is when we folded out councillors on CSLAC. And so we just wanted to make sure last council that every council member had equal opportunities to participate on committees, so 2 people got added on. It was our recommendation just to create a bit more equity, but again, this is a council decision. If you don't want to take anybody off utility committee, happy to strike that from the bylaw and make an amendment.
Okay, that's helpful to know. I think we can discuss that more when we're talking about appointments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright?
Thank you. So my concern is the overlap of committees going on at the same time, not only for the clerk staffing, but for ELT to be present as well. So would you be able to so if people wanted to stay on utility but also be on infrastructure, could you, where would you schedule this new infrastructure committee?
So at the conversation in February, while it wasn't in the motion, I do think clear direction was given that we are never to schedule unavoidable committee or council committee meetings at the same time. So depending on the work plan, depending on when this gets stood up, and depending on how long each committee meeting lasts, our initial recommendation, based on the resources we have and the hours you have in your day, is that your existing 3 primary standing committees would probably have to reduce their hours as some of the reports shift perhaps from executive committee over to this new committee, and we would do our best to adhere to the principles previously approved by council to have committees Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, so that would be the plan going forward. We weren't thinking that this infrastructure committee would be on a 3-week rotation. It might just be once a month. But some creativity in scheduling would absolutely be required, as well as a review of the complement of staff to support such a committee.
Okay, and then, what was my other question on this? Oh, yeah, I think part of the rationale was also to take some pressure off executive committee, but I think last week's executive committee was done in half a day. Are we anticipating, still an abundance of items coming forward to executive in the next 6 months?
I can speak to the schedule of items, not the length of the meetings.
Okay. Yes, one item can take forever. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. But if we do this bylaw, if we approve this bylaw now, that doesn't necessarily mean it would start up immediately. It could wait until after the election.
No, if this bylaw is passed, it exists. So if you
is.
don't want it to exist, then I would suggest you defer the bylaw.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, just one question to jog my memory based on Councillor Cartmell's line of questioning to Ms. Petrin. Wasn't there one of the reasons that the external appointments were discussed and kind of said, we'll wait, in that report, wasn't there an ongoing conversation with industry or some parallel conversation with industry that's happening right now about even if they're interested in being on like I feel like that was and I'm vaguely remembering this, but
I'm not sure if Craig maybe could speak to that further. I haven't had discussions myself on this with industry.
Yeah, I'm trying to find I'm trying to
So I put the
rapidly go
motion in the
back.
chat, so just to remind everybody what was approved at the last is that administration develop an external nomination process collaboratively with industry associations, including the Edmonton Construction Association, APEGA, the Alberta Association of Architects, for public members serving as technical non-voting members to the committee. So that work has not started yet. That would be coming back much, much later.
Okay, that was the second part. Yeah, that's what was twigging my right. So just the first part. And then that second part, when was that due back? There was no due date on that?
It was gonna, I asked after the election.
After the election, okay. So the sequencing based on that direction was strike up the committee, we'll do the committee with just council members for the remainder of this term, whilst also having conversation with industry for potential amendments to the bylaw post-election. Is that a good summary?
Yes, because what's been presented to you today right now, if this is approved, it would be the mayor plus 4 members of council.
Yeah.
If council wants to have, there's different options. You can have an advisory person, just like you have for the utility
Yeah.
advisor, or you can have members that are there's a couple of different permutations, but right now, with the priorities coming up with committee as well as the clerk's office in the next 5 months, we thought this would be something that could be prioritized post-election.
Was there a motion, and I feel silly that I didn't go back and look at this. Did I make a motion to defer and that was defeated? I'm just wondering about if a deferral would be in order.
So refer back or postponement is always in order because it is related to the matter before you on any given day and you may have new information.
Oh,
but if you're referring this back to admin, it would need to be clear on what we're to do, or if this is to be postponed because it's complete, then it could just come back later.
Okay, no, that's helpful clarity. That's all my questions right now, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. I'm not seeing any other questions in public. Would anyone like to go in private for discussion or?
So before you would go in private, you would need to create the committee, because if you don't create the committee, there's nothing to talk about in camera.
Okay.
And
all
so if you
right.
put first reading on the
Correct.
floor and first reading fails, then we are not bringing this back for a little while.
Okay. Councillor Tang?
Sure, I can put the first reading on.
Thank you. Anyone?
Sorry,
A seconder?
I don't know the wording for this.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Anyone to speak? Councillor Wright?
I'm really not in support of this. I don't see what the rationale is for establishing another committee, especially without industry experts on hand. I don't know what would be different as far as information coming forward to councillors or councillors making decisions without that industry expertise on hand. So I'm not in favor of establishing this committee, and we'll be voting against this.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to speak briefly in support of this bylaw. So one of the things I love most about this job is the variety, the range of topics that we get to discuss and weigh in on. But part of the challenge of that diversity is having to shift gears from very different modes of thoughts and focus. So what I appreciate about this committee is that it would provide a focused space to talk about very similarly focused topics. That for me is the main advantage. I don't think it adds to our workload. It just creates a focused and concentrated way to talk about issues that would otherwise be sprinkled about a number of different committees, requiring more gear shifting, and I think missing an opportunity for that focus and discussion. So I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, thanks. I'll be brief. I raised concerns about the timing of this. I think the idea is sound, but I think good ideas at the wrong time can be bad ideas. And I feel like we're trying to fit a square peg into a round hole for the remainder of this term. And I'd like to see this come back with that second part where there's actually conversation with industry and insights from that. So at this time, I will not be supporting this bylaw either.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette?
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. The first question is, does it spark joy? And if so, that's good. You keep it. But to be serious, I kind of feel the same way as my colleagues who have spoken so far, and that is, on one hand, I can see the utility of this and the ability to maybe dig deeper into really specific areas. But on the other hand, it is creating more work, which creates more expense for the city, more meetings. And I just don't know if this is better suited to be, a topic that is handled with executive committee or some other spread around over other committees. Because council, when it comes to council, and all councillors can sit on committees, you can still have that entire group focus if required on issues. Having said that, maybe this will be helpful. I just, again, the timing is kind of interesting to me. It feels like we're rushing something at the tail end of the game that is probably better suited for the next 4 years. And if what we're doing here is setting that up for the next 4 years, okay. But at the same time, is it being maybe pushed forward too quickly without the thought involved that it might require? So I'll leave it up to other councillors to make their points. I'll listen very closely, but at this moment, I'm not inclined to support this. It's not a bad idea, but I think that maybe it's not the idea for the last few months of this term. We'll see. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton?
So everyone's right. But but you're wrong. You're not doing, we're like this, okay, so I think what I'm hearing is everyone agrees it's a good idea. And I'm also hearing what's the utility, we only have 6 months left, no one's counting. I think the actual utility of this, if you believe that the next council should sort of pick this up and carry it forward, and that piece on the industry expertise is lacking, I think the only thing this committee is going to do between now and election day is to stand itself up. And I know everyone thinks that you're going to hit the ground running in October, November. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. If somehow there's always lag. So if you wait till after the election to stand this up, it's not going to get stood up until mid-2026, in my opinion, at minimum. And I do think it's a well-seated idea that maybe when you have a lot of infrastructure conversations, you really have that focus table. I think there was a time in which there was an infrastructure committee, or infrastructure and transportation, or transportation and something like that, and it got folded into something else. Governance is iterative. So I think if there is an intention here that there will be a continuity, or if there's an intention here that this will be needed in 6 months, one of the gifts you can give your future self is to not have to figure out terms of reference at the same time that you're trying to set a council calendar and get a budget adjustment going. So you're not going to accomplish anything here except to have a committee that's ready to go the day after the election rather than in mid-2026. So that's why I'm going to support it, and that's why I think some of you should support it too. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Knack?
I was just waiting for the line, though. Don't let perfect be the enemy of good. I was waiting for the classic Councillor Hamilton line. And so I'm just going to echo that, which was, we're not going to get everything perfect at this point. Set it up, get the opportunity to build that. The next council wants to throw it in the trash, they can. Like they could do any other committee if they wanted to. There's nothing stopping them. But I think there is, the thing for me and why I think this committee is needed is, frustratingly, 12 years later, there's still a perception that Edmonton doesn't deliver capital projects as well as we should. The data doesn't suggest that, but there is a pretty significant public perception that everything that we do is still behind schedule and over budget, and it's all terrible. And yes, there are examples of where things didn't go well. We've had great audits on those things that have helped produce substantial change since 2015, from the creation of the Integrated Infrastructure Services Department to the change of the fact that council actually now gets regular quarterly reporting on capital projects that we never used to, which was weird that never used to happen, to the staffing changes that happened after those audits, to you name it. There have been numerous changes, and yet there's still this disconnect. I think we need to, so I don't view this entirely as a communications exercise, but I actually do think there is a bit of a communications exercise in this committee to be able to showcase that. I would echo Councillor Cartmel's suggestion, as I know he was one of the first to raise this, around external committee members. I would love to see that, because I could see them helping to tell the story about how the city is doing things. I think that would help align with some of the external audits that have been done on the work we're doing. So all of which to be said is that I think we should do it. I would agree. I don't really think there's going to be any meaningful meetings between now and the election, but you can get that framework set up, and then the next council can tweak it if they need to, and then they can sort of hit the ground running in 2026. So I think it's well worth supporting. If you have ever been told by a constituent that the cities can never deliver a capital project, I think, and if you hear that regularly, I think this is a really important committee to set up. So I'll support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Ting to close.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe just to circle back to Councillor Paquette's question earlier, does it bring me joy? Actually, it does. I think being focused and streamlined when it comes to committee duties and files and kind of leveraging on potentially external expertise. It does bring me joy. I will say that utility committee model actually I think is I would quite enjoy being on because of its efficiency, focusedness, streamlined, and all of those things. I was actually I couldn't find my notes because this item was actually first on council back in February, so it's been quite a few meetings. It's been circulating, and I know we're kind of debating this again, but I agree with a lot of what Councillor Hamilton and Councillor Knack has said, and I will say, I know there's a reference to executive committee being really short this time, this past week. I mean, quite frankly, community and public services, urban planning have been also a shorter agenda than, say, the first half of this term, and I think our agendas are constantly fluctuating. And I see an opportunity here to streamline the executive one. And in fact, this last meeting, we did talk about a fairly significant infrastructure project, which I think when it comes back will be even more significant conversation. And I'm looking ahead at some of the agenda items coming up at executive. I think, even if we just stand it up, but the infrastructure committee will have a pretty sizable, I think, workload just to kind of get things going. I see this as, let's get it going, let's, address the issues later on to kind of that part two, but I don't think there's any harm in at least set something up, because regardless, we can set this up, streamline the committee, or we have just a longer, maybe 2-day executive committee down the road. The resourcing will be required no matter what. So with that, I encourage my colleagues to support this.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Next, before we go to the second reading, I just wanted to check if there were any amendments.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Principe. I just want to touch base on the portion of the bylaw that reduces utility committee. I appreciate that we're in a situation where we might be looking at multiple members of utilities serving on the infrastructure committee. Does it still make sense to reduce utility committee so at least one person has a smaller portfolio, or is that just gets a bit messy?
This is totally up to council.
Yeah, I mean, I would look to my council colleagues. I think maybe just to step back, do we have to provide direction? Like, I'm just wondering if something more comprehensive makes sense at a later date in terms of looking at both audit and utility committee. And then I assume if we make the change for utility committee, it also makes sense to make the change for audit committee.
Can you explain that?
So what I think I heard earlier in the meeting is that utility and audit committees were increased as a result of the, no, just
utility committee. Audit committee has 2 public members, and that's
it. Yeah. Okay, well then I actually don't think I'll move an amendment. I think it's fine to reduce utility to 5, which is consistent with our other committees. We can go from there.
Okay, great. Thank you. Please vote on second reading.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried.
Consideration?
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried.
And I'll move the last reading of this bylaw.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. So, Madam Clerk, at this time, would we move into private in order to discuss the... Oh, sorry.
Yeah, now would be a great time to go in camera. That way you can determine your appointments.
Sorry, Jeremy.
If you want to defer, you can do it later. It doesn't have to be right now. If you want to do it later, it's totally up to council.
Let's just defer it then.
I'm happy to move that we go into private with apologies to the gallery, subject to which sections? 21 and 24 of the Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. So we'll just
live? We're live on the web.
Madam Chair, I'm happy to move that Councillor Michael Jans be removed as a member of Utility Committee and that the following councillors be appointed to Infrastructure Committee. Councillor Hamilton, Salvador, Cartmel, and Jans.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Any questions?
Second.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Rutherford, for seconding that. Any questions? Anyone wishing to speak? Councillor Tang to close.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried.
I think we're on to item 6.3, Deputy Mayor.
Okay, great. Thank you. So I'll just ask administration, the delegation, to come down for item 6.3. Thank you. Do you have any opening remarks or?
So good morning. So what we have to, I guess, checking in with the deputy mayor, we had done the presentation in public at committee about a month ago. There was a discussion in private, and we do have a presentation in private that could answer some of those questions and provide some context related to that discussion that took place. And so should council want to hear it, we could start the discussion with that presentation.
Okay. Councillor Stevenson, did you have any questions in public, or should we just move into private at this point?
Yeah, if it's not out of order, Madam Chair, maybe I could put my motion on the floor, then we could go into private, just so there's an understanding just while our guests are arriving.
Sure, that sounds good. Thank you.
Great. So I will move that capital profile 24100400 downtown workspace optimization is outlined in attachment 1 of the March 5th, 2025 Integrated Infrastructure Services Report IIS 02821 be approved. That the sales and proceeds of operational savings from the disposition of Century Place, of Century Place and Chancery Hall is outlined in attachment 2 of the March 5th, 2025 Integrated Infrastructure Services, the aforementioned report, be redirected to the interim financing reserve until the 22.7 million of capital cost financed on an interim basis have been recovered. Point 3, that administration hold the public offering of Century Place in abeyance until reporting back on options to resolve parking revenue agreements with Windspear. And part 4, that attachments 2, 3, 4 of the aforementioned report remain private pursuant to section 24, 25, and 27 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Second.
Thank you very much. I'll just provide a very brief introduction. So 3 out of these 4 points are as recommended by administration, so it's moving forward with the work and the strategy that has been outlined. The addition here is point 3. And my intent in moving that additional point is just to ensure that we have an opportunity to look further at an outstanding question around parking revenue sharing with Winspear prior to offering Century Place on the market. I think that the different options we could look at have a material impact on what that public offering might be and what the listing would include. And so I think there's a benefit in having a chance to touch base as council prior to that sale moving forward. But for clarity, the rest of the work would move forward. The intent is not to slow that down at all, but rather just to create another touch point before moving forward with the disposition. Happy to take any questions and go from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. At this time, we have some guests here with us. Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. You are a grade 5, 6th class from Garneau School, right? Yeah, in Ward Papasteo with teacher T. Hornbeck, and your city councillor is Councillor Michael Jans, right over there. Say hi. Good morning. So have you had your mock council already? Yeah, you did? Wonderful. Who was the mayor? Oh, great. Can you come on down to the podium? Hi there. Can you tell us what your first name is?
It's Danila.
Hi, Danila. So, what was your topic of discussion on mock council?
It was about free public transportation.
Oh, great. And you made a decision?
Yes.
And what was your decision?
The bylaw was passed.
It was passed, so it would be free. Great. Did you have very good discussion?
Yes.
Oh, that's wonderful. That's very important to do that. That's great. Well, thank you so much, everyone, for being here with us today. We really love having visitors here, so thank you.
Thank you.
I think we have to make a motion to go into private. Subject.
Second.
Subject to, I don't know what sections.
Second.
And we're not joking, so I will ask my colleagues to please vote on going into private.
Yes.
If I could quickly speak to it, I'm using this as an excuse to just mention that we've had.
The vote's
Councillor-
live, please. No,
Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
just waiting for one vote.
Well, I was on the board before the vote was called, but I am a yes.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. So we will And we will as I'm sure there are some who would like to speak to this. Thank you. We'll see you at 1:30. Good afternoon, welcome. I'd like to call this meeting back to order, and I'll do a roll call. Councillor Wright? Councillor Knack?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Stevenson?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Tang? Councillor Paquette? Councillor Hamilton? Councillor Rutherford?
Hello.
Hello. Councillor Salvador?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Cartmel?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Rice?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Jans? Okay, we do have quorum, so
As long as Councillor
As-
Stevenson turns her camera on.
Councillor Steven.
Councillor Wright and I will be in the chambers momentarily.
Okay. All right, we have quorum. So we will continue on with the meeting, and we are going to go on to item 7.2. So when administration is ready, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. We are here today to provide an overview of our work on the Community Mobilization Task Force on Housing and Houselessness. Joining me here today is Tina Thomas, Chief Executive Officer of the Edmonton Community Foundation, one of the co-chairs of the task force. Nick Lilly, Chief Executive Officer of HomeEd, also a co-chair. Although the task force endorsed the co-chairs to write and present the final report, all task force members were invited to join the council meeting through either in-person or virtual attendance. On behalf of administration, thank you to the entire task force for their dedicated efforts to collaborate in identifying initiatives and recommendations that complement the significant work that council and the City of Edmonton are doing to support housing solutions in our community. I'll now turn it over to Tina and Nick to review the task force process and recommendations.
And as described in this slide, this task force was created following the January 2024 special city council meeting and the resulting emergency declaration. From the motion, the mayor established the task force on housing and houselessness and that emergency, and our goal was to both mobilize community resources and recommend how to allocate $3.5 million in redirected funds that could serve as seed funding for innovative solutions. Next slide. At the May 2024 State of the City address, the mayor announced our membership. Since then, we've had a couple changes. One of our members had to move on because he was busy with operational issues in his own organization. We had a change in membership from one organization when a new leader was put in place. And we also invited the Confederation of Treaty 6 First Nations to join us as an observer and participant. So if you look at our membership list, what you'll see is a real diversity of perspectives and experiences from across the city. We brought together large and medium-sized nonprofit housing providers, academics, Indigenous-led organizations, the business sector, real estate development, and the philanthropic sector as well. One unexpected benefit of this diverse group coming together and our process is the connections that have been created between people that wouldn't have normally worked together before. And I think what we'll see is many of those connections continuing past this task force. Next slide. Our process included 10 meetings over 6 months with the support of an external facilitator, Brent Walsh from Urban Matters, along with staff from City Administration and the Mayor's Office. Nick and I also met with Brent, City Administration, and the Mayor's Office bi-weekly, and sometimes even more, throughout this process. In our initial meetings, we got extensive information from the City of Edmonton, both written documentation, some of it is in your package, as well as a presentation. We also held a session with Homeward Trust. We visited Niganan Housing Ventures and their retrofitted Sands Hotel location, and we gathered input from the many housing providers that were at the table with us. The benefit of having such a diverse group, as I spoke about, was the rich variety of ideas and experiences that everyone brought to the table, but that diversity of perspectives also presented challenges. Each members came with specific ideas on the problem, specific views based on their own experiences, as well as the communities they're part of. Plus, we are tackling a huge issue. that spans the entire housing continuum, from emergency shelters and transitional housing to supportive housing to below market housing. The people affected are also a wide variety as well. Mental health and addictions challenges, newcomers, single people, single parents, large families, at-risk youth, seniors, like a wide variety of people are impacted. This isn't also just about people that are living in challenged situations on the streets downtown that people see. It's also about people living paycheck to paycheck. They're precariously housed, and they are just one bill away from being houseless. So to provide structure, we looked at a visual diagram from Homeward Trust that looked at intervention and prevention opportunities. And then we specifically looked at that and said, what is government's responsibility? And we took those off the table. We really wanted to look at where there was opportunities and gaps that community could mobilize. We remained open to ideas across the housing continuum, and we also looked at prevention and intervention. So this approach allowed us to brainstorm from a wide variety of ideas before we'd narrowed down. Next slide. Our initial brainstorming produced 5 ideas for detailed consideration. The task force then broke into subgroups, with each group going to investigate each of those 5 areas and come back with findings that showed the viability, the alignment with our community mobilization initiative and mandate, and the resonance with the task force members and the community members that they engaged with and connected with. 3 ideas then moved forward for further refinement. And once these ideas were fully developed, and again, fully developed within the timeline that we had, we used an anonymous voting system to determine alignment by task force members. And we set the bar high. We needed to have 80% approval before we said these recommendations are going to come forward. And all 3 of the recommendations that Nick is going to talk to met that 80% threshold. The process of brainstorming, reviewing, narrowing down resulted in the results that we hope that you will agree to. Next slide. While this sounds very straightforward, it really wasn't. We constantly faced the temptation to search for a silver bullet and solve the entire problem. It was and still is a desire of pretty much everyone on the task force, because we recognize how important this issue is, and we want something to happen quickly that will fix everything. But we realized that's not possible. So you all know this. This is a multifaceted, complex issue that has developed over time and has been worsened by circumstances. It will take many initiatives by many different groups at many different levels to move us forward. We often used the analogy when we were talking in our meeting of how do you eat an elephant? You eat it one bite at a time. And in this case, we're talking about trying to eat a dinosaur. We kept returning to our mandate and our focus: community mobilization, community-led initiatives that address needs and can be implemented quickly, scaled up, and be sustained over time without government funding. What personally resonates with me in our recommendations is they span intervention to prevention and the full housing continuum. The complexity of the challenges, the diversity of our task force, while challenging to navigate at sometimes, it ultimately provided a balanced set of investment recommendations, and that's what we're presenting today. I'll now pass it to Nick, who will walk you through our recommendations.
Thanks, Tina. So let's take a couple bites out of that dinosaur. The 3 initiatives that we're going to talk through today, we feel, through that course, that process are well vetted, but we do want to be as specific as we can and give you time afterwards to ask any questions. So the first idea really goes to community fund for accelerated retrofits. Now, there is a strong belief that across Edmonton today, there are a variety of underutilized or vacant properties that could be good use cases for housing vulnerable Edmontonians. The challenge is that it takes time and it takes money to assess the feasibility of a different use case, to consider design considerations, and then certainly to structure partnerships that might facilitate a different outcome. And so the goal of this fund is really to de-risk that exploratory process. The idea being that these grants could go to some of these property owners who would undertake some of this work and certainly see where there might be options that could be brought to the table that previously were not. And so that's the premise of the grant, but we also see a second purpose for this community fund, and this to be a vessel for community philanthropy. such that we think this is an issue of importance to Edmontonians, and there are people and organizations willing to contribute to such a cause. And so this fund could be supplemented over time by such contributions, be it capital or in kind, and realistically grown over time to further the needs of Edmontonians and serve them as best as we can. The other consideration that you'll see across all these initiatives is that we felt it important to cite a community champion. Community champion being an organization who well positioned to undertake the first steps with respect to the investment that we're proposing, such that they would be more of a steward for the community, engaging with different stakeholders to bring this to fruition. And the idea behind this specific fund is really that we could have an organization such as Edmonton Community Foundation act as that community champion for this fund, see it be brought to fruition, and then engage with the community at large to further this into a sustainable format. So that's the first one. If we go on to the second, talk about the bridge between housing platform. And so this is really an idea that goes to addressing the complexity that really does exist when we're trying to support vulnerable Edmontonians into housing and to maintain that housing. Edmonton actually has a blessing of social agencies who are doing incredible work to try and support those in need to ensure that they have sustainable housing. But it's a complicated process by which there are a variety of landlords with a variety of requirements that they're trying to navigate, and the individuals that they're trying to support are in tenuous situations. Likewise, the landlords look in on some of the information they're receiving about tenants or the availability of supports and the commitment to said supports from agencies, and start to feel at times that that in itself is a frustrating process or not as transparent or collaborative as it could be. So this platform really goes to addressing that challenge, a means of communicating, collaborating across these well-intentioned organizations, all with the goal of trying to support vulnerable Edmontonians as well as they can and have them maintain their housing. We do feel that we have another community champion here who is well positioned to take the first steps in stewarding this investment, which is proposed to be $1 million, and is committed to working with other organizations to see this be really pointed in its application. But the upshot of this is really that we expect to see better retention, better satisfaction, and ultimately more Edmontonians in stable housing. The third and final recommendation, if you move to the next slide, please, really goes to peer support services for vulnerable tenants. And there is really a body of research and practice around effective peer support. And really the concept being that we would have trained peer support workers with shared experience, living in often difficult situations and having to navigate challenging system dynamics, and have them work with some existing tenants to better empower them with life skills, support social connections, and ultimately navigate that system that at times can be quite complicated. And we have the benefit here in Edmonton of having the Canadian Mental Health Association, who is already doing some great work in this space, who is already, moving forward with a community of practice. And the opportunity here is to scale up some of the early work that they're doing and have it be appropriately structured such that we are seeing these outcomes that we're hoping to see. Now, the investment that we're talking about goes to $1 million, and really where that comes to fruition is ensuring that they have appropriate staffing and training for these peer support workers, and then good collaboration facilitation into the landlords who would ultimately be housing some of these individuals who might be in a difficult spot, ultimately leading to people and Edmontonians being healthy and housed. Past those initiatives, we did feel that, felt more compelled, I would say, to talk to some of the broader system level considerations that really, you could say go beyond the mandate to focus exclusively on community-led initiatives. And this is really where, whether it's jurisdiction of government or whether there's opportunities to better work with community, we're talking about some of the big levers that we need to pull to have even a bigger impact on this emergency. And so I won't go into a full detail on each, which is in the report, but really we did structure these into two themes. The first of which, on the next slide, is timely expansion of affordable and supportive housing. Seeing a variety of different mechanisms by which we could go about that, some sort of in their early stages already, but others that could be scaled up more effectively. And then on the next slide, the second theme being enhanced support for at-risk Edmontonians. You know, if there is a consideration across all those ideas, it's primarily additional investment pointed with good outcomes in place, but also better coordination across the stakeholders who rightly are looking at this challenge and trying to find better solutions. So we'll hope that, you know, different audiences look in on that and see opportunity to advance that. But the final recommendation that we have for you, if you go to the next slide, really speaks to the conversation that we're having today and the fact that tomorrow this emergency isn't going away. So neither should this conversation. We do believe that an ongoing forum for collaboration with City Council that would be sustained past the course of these recommendations would be a good thing for the city. And I think there would be a variety of great outcomes that would go to advising on any of your current strategies, bringing new strategies to the table, and ultimately building support within the community to help advance our common goals. So that with it is a final consideration, but I'll close with, I think, a view that's shared by a lot of us on the task force, that one of Edmonton's greatest strengths is its community champions. It's the people, the organizations who really care deeply about this city and will give their time and their treasure to help people in need to thrive and succeed. And what we've tried to do with this task force is really to provide you with some of those initiatives and some of those community champions who are willing to step in and galvanize that community response and strengthen that which is in place such that there will be less challenges on our streets, be less folks at risk of losing their housing. And so we leave it to you to consider these recommendations and put it to action. So we want to thank you for the opportunity and thank you for your consideration.
Next slide. I'll just take a minute to share what administration would do should council approve these recommendations. Next slide. So should council accept the task force recommendations for the 3 investable opportunities, we will develop agreements with the 3 selected organizations to advance the funds. Although the task force provided high-level considerations based on their research, their agreements will include our due diligence with consideration to requirements, reporting, and outcomes. So for clarity, the agreements administration prepares will include clear deliverables, performance indicators, and where appropriate, tie payment to satisfactory completion of project milestones. For the systems-level considerations within administration's purview, administration will provide a memo to council to share with you any implications, including resource considerations. For instance, there is a recommendation to decrease or eliminate fees for affordable housing on permitting, but as the planning and development business model is a self-funding model through fees, we would need council direction if you'd like to increase the fees for other applicants or if you'd like these fees to be applied through the tax levy via a grant. Finally, for the continued engagement with the sectors represented in the task force, administration recommends that we review if any existing administration or civic agency board or commission table could be leveraged for this purpose. Council could bring forward a motion for this work to be done, through an advisory committee, but we recommend that the due date for this work would be set until after the election to allow us an opportunity to work with our colleagues in the Office of the City Clerk on any implications for incoming council to consider. Thank you, and on behalf of the delegation, we're here for any questions.
Thank you for that presentation. I will ask, one of the speakers, Joshua Evans, are you? Hi there, you can come on down and have a seat here, just in case there are questions as well to the speakers that we have agreed to hear from. And then Giri Puligandla, are you online?
Yes, I am.
Hi there. And David Prodan, are you online?
I am here.
Okay, thank you. So they are also available for questions. Councillor Rutherford, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'll start by putting the motion on the floor since we're at council, that the funding agreement between the City of Edmonton and Edmonton Community Foundation for the amount not to exceed 1.5 million to create the community fund for accelerated retrofits as outlined in attachment 3 of the April 8th, 2025 Office of the City Manager report be approved, and that the agreement be in form and content acceptable to the City Manager. That a funding agreement between City of Edmonton and the Canadian Mental Health Association, Edmonton Region, for an amount not to exceed 1 million to create a peer support service for vulnerable tenants as outlined in attachment 3 of the April 3rd, 2025 Office of the City Manager report be approved, and that the agreement be in form and content acceptable to the City Manager. And 3, that a funding agreement between the City of Edmonton and the Islamic Family and Social Services Association for an amount not to exceed 1 million to create the Bridge Between Housing platform as outlined in attachment 3 on the April 8th, 2025 Office of the City Manager report be approved, and that the agreement be in form and content acceptable to the City Manager.
Second.
Would you like to introduce?
Yes, please. Yeah, so I'm going to focus on these recommendations. I have a closing. I'll talk more broadly about my experience on the task force. These 3 recommendations are, again, I want to highlight to my colleagues, things that the task force felt were, scalable, could mobilize community, could really make an impact in the immediacy. And so while some may ask, for example, why are we specifically listing organizations? I just want to reinforce that it's because of the speed and urgency. So to go to an open bid for all 3 of these recommendations would have added about 6 or 7 months to the process, which we grappled with, but I want to just highlight that. So that's why these recommendations are here. Obviously, there's still accountability mechanisms built into all of these, but I think what's really important to recognize is that there is a real intention for return on investment. These are one-time funds that are meant to leverage and mobilize community for additional resources. So, for example, I think about the first one with the Community Foundation and how, as was mentioned by Nick, there's a lot of potential philanthropy out there that could also contribute to that fund. And so we are creating the seed, but we are not there could be so much potential in what this is. There is always a risk when you're trying something new and trying something innovative that they don't all succeed. But for the amount of money that this is and the situation we're in, I think that these are worth the ability to try. So I'm excited to see these move forward.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Did you have any questions? Would you like to start?
I just
Go
had
ahead.
I just had a couple questions. I did want to go to that philanthropy piece on if you could expand a bit on that, on the Edmonton Community Foundation and sort of some of the conversations the task force had around the potential for some of that philanthropy.
Right, so we talked about the idea of an initial fund for specifically looking at retrofits and potentially working with other organizations in the city like Build and other organizations that better understand the development space to think about, okay, what would be the parameters we'd put in place? But then the idea is the fund could expand to be more than just retrofits. It could be for affordable housing in general. And then because of ECF's model, part of it could be direct granting and part of it could be endowed so that there's a long-term sustainability plan for any fund that is created so that it's not one and done and spent.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And you talked about how we've brought together, like that there was the process. I want to just dig into the process a little bit. Because, as somebody that's worked on a lot of collaborative tables, this one was pretty unique in terms of academia, the business sector, different social serving agencies, not just in the housing sphere, coming together. What do you think is the key thing that if we do have something, like I know Kim Petrin mentioned, that they're going to explore what that could look like for that ongoing collaboration. What do you think is the key thing that we need to make sure that if we create something in the future to have that space to continue the collaboration, that we don't lose? Or that was like something that was really untangible in this that we should make sure we continue to maintain?
Well, I think in terms of what you can take from this experience, it really goes to that diversity of the group that's there. I think, having cross-sector representation, nonprofits, private sector, various different perspectives on how to address some of these issues that are very challenging, very complex, and really do require a different perspective that may be a lived experience or really from an organizational viewpoint. So I really think that's the thing that you'd want to continue off in the next phase. The other thing that is really crucial in that next iteration really would be clear purpose and alignment on outcomes, right? Like I think coming in on this, it's can be very broad as you want to make it, but I think the more specific or more aligned we can be from the go allows people to really chew the right dinosaur, so to speak. And in this case, I think that's a key learning from this whole experience. It took us a while to kind of get to that focus, but once we got there, I think that's where the magic started happening.
Great. Thank you. That's all my questions for right now. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Wright?
Thank you. I think this is amazing results, especially in the short time that you've come back with some real actionable items here. And Tina, you'd mentioned sort of off the top that you were looking at what's not the responsibility of governments. But I just question the mental health one for providing those supports. Isn't that something like a caseworker with community and social services would take care of or should take care of?
Yeah, I'll offer a perspective just because I think there was a lot of learning that we undertook, and learning about peer support was a really fascinating experience, just to understand the breadth of research that's done and the distinction in how to do it well. And I think through our engagement, particularly with the Community Mental Health Association, came to understand the uniqueness of peer support relative to other social services type work, and really the benefit of having somebody who has lived some of these experiences, then be well trained and coached in how to support others through those experiences, right? I think what's making this unique and independent from a government lens or mandate, so to speak, is how we see this being sustainable into the future, wherein this initial investment allows them to scale up, but we do see opportunity within landlords who are benefiting from effectively on-site supports or a community of support for their tenants, and have better retention and feel better satisfaction within their communities, that they would support that financially as well. So that's where the ongoing financial sustainability can come in.
Oh, so looking for financial support from the landlords themselves?
That's right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so effectively a user service, given that they are beneficiaries of a great tenant experience, and at the end of the day feel strongly that that's the experience that they want. They just need the help to do it.
Okay, awesome, wonderful. And then I guess to Ms. Petrin, were you considering perhaps CSAP, Community Services Advisory Board, as being one of the agency or one of the boards that could assist?
We'll take that back and explore what the most effective way for council to bring together an advisory table on this topic. So no solutions yet, but that's an opportunity, I'll say.
Okay, awesome. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rice?
Thank you very much. So we all understand the housing and some social services programs, and then it's actually under province authority, and then they provide lots of funding and source resources programs to the people who need the help. So back to earlier time, and I did vote support to call this housing crisis emergency, because I do want to see what's a different solution we could provide at the city level and come back to support the people. So I have lots of questions here. I would like to start the question to the administration and for the funding piece. So today, the solution, the recommendation in front of us, and in total is $3.5 million request. My first question is how much money we actually invested back to the February or January to have this task force get into work? Can I have that number first?
It was 3.5 million. So the original motion from January 2024 was to equip the task force for council to allocate 3.5 million from the community safety and well-being reserve.
Okay.
Unallocated funding as seed funding.
So right now the increase $3.5 million is additional 3.5 million, or is the same $3.5 million?
The same 3.5 million.
Okay, thanks. Thank you for that clarification. So this already and in the community safety and well-being as a funding source, there is no additional budget request.
That's correct.
Okay. So for the next question, I would like to know what these three recommendations really bring the difference and compared to already existing provincial program and services provided to the people. So I noticed the outcome list here, but I want to see what's really difference and implementation or impacts could bring and by those recommendations.
I would say that the main difference is that we, as I described, we looked at gaps that were not government responsibilities and came up and brainstormed solutions in those areas. So I don't think any of the three initiatives that we've recommended are being done currently by any level of government.
Okay, so in that case, I'm going one by one, and then to have the questions. Number one, and then to transform some underutilized commercial properties into the sustainable houses. So for that one, and so my question related to actually two questions. So number one question is about for this transformation work, do you need additional funding to do this, or you are just to use this $1.5 million you requested to do the construction convert?
Yeah, it's a good question. The reality is a major retrofit of a significant building is a lot of money. You know, the intent with this fund is to focus on that exploratory work, the pre-development and feasibility studies that really determine whether this is viable to begin with. So what we're really trying to do is engage and to a degree incent some of these property owners who might otherwise just sort of sit on something that's vacant or, you know, not for this type of purpose, and bring them to the table and have them start exploring this without the risk of cost and time to do it.
I support the idea itself, but it's lacking information for me is right now for this $1.5 million you're going to use. What's based on your description here is just the same, like it's just a pre-study. So it's not construction work itself.
No, because again, we're talking about the scope. These are very large projects, and right now what's happening is that these development projects, as Nick described, people are not looking at them. So we had the privilege of going to the Sands Hotel, an opportunity that was taken. But what other opportunities are there like that in the city that people won't look at because they don't want to put the initial investment in to see if their property even could work? That's what the task force identified as the missing piece, is that pre-development work that could determine, is this actually a viable opportunity?
So for $1.5 million. So do you have the breakdown how will you spend this $1.5 million? It's not a small amount of money just to do the predetermination work. So to me, this is lots, and just for the predetermination work. Yeah. And my time is out. I can come back, or if you chair allows her to provide the answer.
If there's a quick answer.
I was just going to say that will be part of our grant funding agreement, that we establish clear deliverables and what those performance indicators are for any of these options.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Really appreciate all the work that went into these and excited to dig into them a little bit further. Maybe just following up from that thread. So I think that pre-development work, I think that's a really interesting approach. And is the thinking that it would be the property owners themselves coming forward to to request the funding for those feasibility studies? Or is there a requirement that they are maybe already partnered with an affordable housing provider? Just wondering who would sort of be eligible to apply?
Yeah, I think the reality is it's going to take two to tango, really from the perspective that you need the property owner, in the conversation. It's their asset, and certainly they have the very significant interest in what happens. But in most cases, this is not a nonprofit or a different partner who might actually become, involved within the housing in itself, net of, the retrofit. So I think what we're trying to do is catalyze some conversations and really take the cost out of having those conversations to facilitate these better outcomes.
Yeah, no, I think that's a really interesting approach for sure. And I think you're right that pre-feasibility stage can be a barrier to two parties, let's say, coming together who maybe don't know each other. Neither has the funds or is willing to commit funds to explore that, but to have a fund to do that. And I think, I'm assuming there'll sort of, be some protections in place just to ensure that ultimately that informs the work that would lead to affordable housing, for example. Yeah, great, very exciting. Then, I think, we just welcome some thoughts and reflections, and I think I'm seeing how this gets built into the community fund. But I'm reflecting on the task force name, which is Community Mobilization. I think about the precedent in Calgary with the Resolve campaign, and really seeing industry come together to propel that. So is the thought that the community fund is sort of that nexus that can help bring those contributions together and build that momentum?
I'll answer that one because it's been tagged for ECF. So I think the idea is it could be. The idea of the 1.5 million to start, and even thinking about, Councillor Rutherford talked about and asked the question again about the benefit of this group. We would want governance involved in how we make decisions about all of this. And there are many people that have been part of this task force and others that could be part of that. So I think if I look at the Resolve campaign that included, 9 affordable housing providers from Calgary, that's what you get with that collective group. I think the benefit for us is we could have more variety of participation. So I think it's the idea that there's a start, but I don't know that we can presume what the end outcome will be. I think Councillor Rutherford again talked about the idea a little bit of pilots. So let's start by seeing what we can do. But I think the intent or the interest with an organization like the Edmonton Community Foundation holding it is that it could, and that it could be more than retrofits. It could be more, there could be specific areas or more general areas related to affordable housing that are fundraised for to grow a fund, and that fund could be flow-through dollars that are just directly going to an organization, or it can be endowments so that it can grow and sustain over time.
Yeah, and so would the idea be that some of that 1.5 million would help lay that type of foundation?
I think it could. I mean, we did talk about the whole idea from a structure perspective. The intent with the 1.5 million is that we want the majority of it to be used as grant dollars for retrofits. But as we're developing that process, we can see what is the opportunity for fundraising for more. And the more doesn't have to just be retrofits, because there, as we've seen, there are more opportunities in affordable housing. And as Councillor Rice said, these are expensive projects. So once you get the idea that you can actually retrofit a building, how do you build the building?
Yeah, no, and I think really appreciate the desire to focus on getting those dollars out the door and onto projects. I think, whether it's matching contributions from the community or some of the 1.5 million to really build that long-term sustainability, I think is also a great investment. I might have a few more questions, but I'll yield the rest of my time. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you so much to the entire task force and all the members for all the work that's gone into this. It's really, really exciting and interesting to see it come to fruition here with some concrete ideas. So maybe just to dig in a little bit further on the concept of retrofits and looking at those vacant and underutilized properties. I'm just wondering, through your work and engagement, did we manage to get an idea of just the scale of the opportunity? Yeah, just trying to gauge, are there like few properties that could be good candidates, or is this something that, is I guess untapped so far?
Yeah, I think from the assessment of the task force, there's an abundance, not a specific number beyond that. I mean, when you walk some of the streets and see the vacancy signs, in certain places, that's a pretty good indicator. But I think the reality is not all of these properties are a good fit for this type of retrofitting. And so it really is, from the perspective that we want to get as many of those into the conversation as we can, without substantial investment to determine if that use case is viable.
Okay.
So, and just I guess the one other thing that we did consider within the course of that was prospectively an inventory of such properties to really kind of set the table for what other opportunities there may be. But I think wherein we do think that this is a conversation of having its moment, that there is the need for retrofitting of underutilized properties, and I think there's going to be an abundance of interest.
Okay. I really appreciate that answer, and I guess I assume there would be some additional pre-work done, like, I assume there's buildings where we know it's probably going to be cost prohibitive to do a retrofit. Is there going to be some sort of, I guess, bar that would say, okay, this is absolutely something that we explore versus not? It's not just going to be sort of an open-ended intake, right?
That's correct, and I think to Kim's point, that within the agreements in themselves, having some of the specifics laid out and thresholds for what type of investment and what is the bar by which you'd have to pass before any incremental funds are awarded.
Right. Okay. Excellent. Thank you so much for that. I wanted to ask about some of the system level considerations as well. Appreciated the inclusion of those, and looking at the list, I can say which ones I think would fit under which jurisdiction of government. Was there further analysis done around, who is best positioned to action some of those considerations? Or are they fairly high level at this time?
I think the intent was to be fairly high level, and where's the consensus thinking around some of the bigger impact opportunities? To a degree, various different jurisdictions can probably address these in different ways, and community is not absolved from that opportunity as well, such that we have an idea in place that really goes to trying to secure additional funds. Maybe there's a way to kind of contribute over time to something of that nature. So we didn't really want to dive deeply in assigning expectations, but more so to call out these are the opportunities of significant impact.
And Councillor Salvador, administration will follow up with a summary or through a memo to council on, the implications or things to be mindful of as it relates to municipally led of those ideas, and then highlight which ones are other levels of government.
Fantastic. And I know, Ms. Petrin, you mentioned briefly the one, around reducing development fees and timelines for affordable and supportive housing initiatives. I'm very curious about that. I'm sure there would be some things to work through, as you mentioned, on the planning development model, but there will be a future opportunity to have that conversation.
Yes, we'll share those details through the memo, and then if council would like to pursue one of those ideas, then council can direct that. Excellent. And we can do the follow-up.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Tang?
Great, thank you. I'm conscious we have speakers registered, so I will come to you this round, but I probably need a few rounds. I want to start with the problem we're trying to...
Just hold on a second.
Do I not ask them?
We've moved on to questions of administration. I wasn't aware of any questions to the speakers. They're not a part of the delegation.
I felt like we skipped a process here. I'm sorry.
We may have, but we jumped right into questions of administration and no one had...
Okay, so if I have a question about the peer navigator intervention, the co-chairs can answer that adequately as Gary can.
Certainly willing to give it a shot.
Okay. So I guess high level, so I guess then the speakers will still remain where they are. I just feel bad.
Yes, I'm sorry about that. I just wasn't aware of any questions. Again, we jumped right to questions of administration. It didn't appear that anyone had any questions.
I thought we
to
were
the
signing on
speakers.
to.
They're not a part of the delegation. I thought we made it clear at the beginning that they weren't a part of the delegation. They were,
Okay.
Maybe I'll just call a point of order. So my memory is that we heard from administration. I think a motion was then put on the floor sort of right off the bat before sort of calling for questions of speakers. Just wondering procedurally, do we have the opportunity to rewind to go to questions of speakers?
My recollection is the motion was introduced and then the chair invited the speakers that were in chambers to come down, and then we let the two speakers that were approved by council into the meeting. And I thought that that was the opportunity for council to ask questions as they were coming down, and then I didn't interject as council went right to questions of admin, so I'll leave this to council to determine.
Yeah, I think the challenge, we typically don't have a motion on the floor prior to questions of speakers, so I think maybe that's where our understanding of the process diverged. So just, again, is there a procedural way to reverse course and go to questions of speakers?
I think as chair, I would suggest that we just follow procedure and continue with questions of administration. And then if you can follow up later if you need to with the others.
I will just say, this is the why I asked a question about procedure earlier this morning during the agenda setting, because it's very unclear, and I know there's a lot more people that could be part of the delegation. So that's why I supported having the speakers, supported that motion to have them speak. Regardless, it's fine. I think we'll just move on. I guess at a high level, just so I understand, the emergency came out of an encampment crisis where a lot of things were coming to a head. So as a task force, is it fair to say that you've identified the problem that you're trying to solve is how can we help people stay housed on the prevention side, and how can we help those currently unhoused find stable housing? Can you please speak into the mic?
I would say yes.
And then with the three ideas, would you be measuring that? So when we create a fund, a 1.5 million fund, would you be measuring how will this fund and how will the retrofits help people stay housed, and how will it prevent people currently unhoused find stable housing?
Yeah, I think for brevity within the report, some of the deeper analysis and expectations around outcomes, schedules, timelines, metrics wasn't included, but I think from the perspective of administration's engagement with these parties, that would be part of the agreement itself.
And Councillor Tang, as part of our grant agreements, we will have rigor and due diligence in terms of consideration of those outcomes, requirements and reporting, as well as part of all three of these agreements.
Okay. So maybe I'll just kind of start with each one of these. I appreciate the 1.5 is fairly small in the grand scheme of retrofitting buildings, capital projects. I like it that it's a philanthropic catalyst. As probably the largest non-governmental philanthropic organization, is there an opportunity here for the Community Foundation, for example, to match the funding to kick this off?
I don't think that's a fair statement or question for me at this moment.
Okay.
And that's not why I joined this task force, and I don't think it's why I was asked.
I will just say, in the past, there has been very successful partnerships between ECF and City of Edmonton, such as the Social Enterprise Fund, and I think that is a model I would, look to as a precedent. And then you had referenced build. So is this, for retrofit, we're talking about industry partners like developers and builders? Because I'm thinking of someone, a constituent, who's redeveloping a property, and they're looking to build a backyard suite, but wanted to offer it at below market and to contribute to the affordable housing stock. And they're wondering what kind of support are there? And I actually don't know for individual property owners like that. Is that the kind of person, or am I Are we talking about Community Development Corporation? Are we talking about builder? Are we talking about developer?
Yeah, I think from an application standpoint, I mean, there is flexibility, but to the degree that we're trying to have a significant impact, I think that the initial premise went primarily to commercial industrial properties of a slightly different scale that would hopefully result in, more units, more beds for those who need them. But I think from the view of contributions, I think BUILD kind of being kind of an association with a lot of members, very engaged in these kind of considerations, we are hopeful that there will be those organizations and professionals willing to come forward with contributions, be it of capital or in-kind services, to support these types of activities.
And they're open to it?
Yep. Initial conversations suggest that this is, an issue of interest and an opportunity to, engage in conversation further.
And Councillor Tang, if I may just add, for examples like you've noted in terms of suites, there is special financing through the federal government that's an opportunity for homeowners to look at building suites with better financing, along with, regulatory approvals are streamlined. That also can impact time and cost for applications.
Okay.
In a positive way.
For the Peer Navigator one, I think that's a very interesting one, and I can almost see some of the research that's been surfaced in the past years. Were you able to tie some of these to past research?
And I think within the engagement that we had sort of assigned groups within the task force to engage and do as much validation as we could within the time that we had. A lot of conversations happened with Canadian Mental Health Association, and they were very clear about some of the research precedents that really do inform effective peer support services. And I think their model, which we did get some visibility on, suggests that that's a good mechanism for the application we're suggesting.
I'll come back. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette?
Oh, thank you very much. And thank you, everyone, for your very hard work and for engaging in this. Looking at it, it looks like really excellent aspirations that would be wise to put into practice. I do have a question about, I think it's in attachment 3, option 3 or opportunity 3. And that's the peer support services. I have to admit, I don't really understand that component very well. As far as who pays and what the motivation is for paying, and if we've seen a precedent for that in other places. I'm just trying to really understand that, the impetus behind how that gets funded. And if we have real world examples that show that it works.
Yeah, and I think, while appreciating, Canadian Mental Health Association is experts in this, even from the perspective of Home Ed, we have very much engaged with this conversation on peer support services to understand the applications for some of our tenant base. And what we've heard from Canadian Mental Health Association is that there is a structure by which can individuals who have experience, going through challenges of their own, can be trained and provided coaching so that they can then engage with others in the community and help them navigate some of those similar complexities, be it navigating different supports that exist, but ultimately as simple as independent living skills and relationship building, and foster a sense of belonging, and ultimately allow people to get through the ups and downs of some very
I understand the impetus and the potential outcome. I'm just trying to understand the mechanism.
Yeah, and I think sorry, Councillor, if it goes to, kind of quote-unquote business model, wherein there's an investment up front, I think it allows Canadian Mental Health Association to hire and train some additional peer support workers that can then liaise with landlords, call it Home Ed or others, who might have tenants experiencing some of these challenges and provide that support. In the long-term sustainability, we do see an opportunity for landlords to, offer user fees by which they could sustain this financially over time.
Okay, and that's the part that I guess I'm trying to understand. I really am, but I'm just thinking about, like, who are the landlords we're talking about? Are we talking about private ownership? Are we talking about affordable housing providers? Like, that's what I don't really get. And so that's an important question about where the funding comes from and what the impetus is. Because a private landlord, I get, like, maybe there's an argument that they would like to pony up for this, but probably not.
Yeah, I think that the two primary use cases that we discussed really went to some of those private landlords, but also nonprofit landlords who don't have explicit on-site support services. So this is, wherein there might be permanent supportive housing, where that is sort of embedded within this those types of accommodations. We're looking at a different use case. Home ed as an example in itself, we don't have on-site supports, but we certainly have individuals who are wrestling with mental health challenges at different points in time. And so this provides an application point wherein, as opposed to everyday on-site supports, we're able to engage with well-trained professionals with lived experience to foster some of these outcomes.
Okay, I get it. But I guess the other concern I have is separating this. It sounds like almost like a quasi privatization of mental health supports when we know that healthcare is within the provincial realm, and how that works. And are we saying to the province, like, use your tax dollars for whatever you want, just not the thing that you're responsible for? That's what I'm not really understanding.
I think from the way we're framing this application, it really goes to effective community building and strengthening relationships amongst our tenancies. I think as landlords have a vested interest in seeing that play out, and certainly this is not the high cost, high intensity medical interventions that we're talking about. This is really about fostering independent living skills, relationships, and system navigation. So I appreciate your comment, but I do think in the way that we're structuring this, it's complementary to the core business that we're trying to support.
And I'll just add, and maybe it's partially because it's the Canadian Mental Health Association that's been tagged. As Nick just described, it's not just mental health that we're looking for peer support on. So one of our for-profit housing providers talked about just the cost of having someone who is, precariously housed leave, and then you have an empty space that you then have to fill back in, that there's value if there's community around them that can help them navigate. And Nick used the word navigate. So
I'm sorry to cut you off. I'm sorry, we're over
way out of
time here. Sorry about
thank you.
that.
I get the core concept. It's just the particulars. Thank you.
Would you like to move another round, Councillor Paquette?
Oh, sure. I'll move another round of questions.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Go ahead, Councillor Stevenson. Yes.
Thank you. I think it's been very useful to hear some further details on these programs, the opportunity for long-term sustainability through landlord fees potentially. I just want to understand with both the peer support and landlord coordination. Sorry, I'm trying to look at the motion to see what the catchy names of them are. Those investments are fairly sizable, $1 million to each. Do we have a sense of how long that will last? Is that sort of funding for 2 or 3 years? Do we anticipate that all gets spent in 1 year? What's the pacing, I guess, of that funding being used?
I think in the initial engagement and validation that we did do with those organizations, it was primarily in the development phase that we're looking to kind of put that catalyst investment in place. Hopefully with a period of time by which some of these pilot cases with users can really be done without charge. But I think where the timeline suggested within a year, we're trying to have these solutions well established, and then trying to ensure we have a minimum requirement of users and actionable items by which we can evaluate the success.
Yeah, I think, and maybe it's just sort of bad napkin math. But if we look at the peer support workers, for example, I assume that most of that infrastructure is around sort of that training, hiring folks into those roles. $1 million seems like a lot to spend in a year on wages for that work. I personally don't think it's a bad thing if this is used over a number of years to really build up that capacity and build that momentum over a number of years. So is there an understanding that there's not an expectation that it all be spent in 1 year?
Councillor Stevenson, I'll just say that we recognize there's more rigor that's needed around all of this in terms of how and when the money is spent. And so through our funding agreement, we need to round that out with additional due diligence. But agreed, it's not about spending it all in 1 year. It's about setting up the program, making sure the training and resources are in place, and perhaps it continues. I think we also can commit to in keeping council updated about the progress of these as well, so that you don't lose line of sight on how this is progressing.
Great, yeah, that's really positive. I think sometimes there can be pressure in terms of budgets rolling over from 1 year to another, and just want to be sure we avoid that up front and just have those funds flow according to the pacing that makes sense and the work that's being done. Great, I don't think I have any further questions at this time.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you. I think I was kind of watching for Gary's facial expression as a way to answer some of your questions. Anyways, can you explain to me the third one, the bridging platform? Is this a technology platform? And can you walk me through what happens when a person either needs to stay housed or is seeking housing encounters with this platform?
Yeah, I think as it was conceptualized, this is a digital platform wherein there are sort of three core stakeholder groups. We've got agencies here who are working directly with a tenant or multiple tenants to try and find housing and or who are in housing but in precarious situations. And then the third stakeholder being landlords in themselves. Now, we've gotten very clear sort of cases from the front lines that those are challenging dynamics and such that one landlord has certain requirements X, Y, Z, and another landlord has a very different set of requirements. And then you've got agencies sometimes working on behalf of tenants and sometimes tenants in their own right having to explain all their personal circumstances time and again over and over again. So the idea here being that we have a structure that is consistent in its application of agreements and communication that's more direct between these landlords and these agencies to facilitate better outcomes and ensure that we're not tripping over ourselves.
So, and I think Islamic Family is an interesting choice as they've done a lot of digital innovation to advance the social service sector. So, but this isn't necessarily a new platform. Is it building on top of an existing tool?
I think there's a running start to this already, and that was part of why we looked to Islamic Family as a potential community champion, but with the opportunity for iterations that really go to the various different opportunities that
Right.
community stakeholders want.
I mean, I share some of the similar kind of questions as Councillor Stevenson. $1 million is a lot for a running start. I don't know if this is for how many years, but I'm guessing that you'll have the same answer in terms of this will be built into that funding agreement.
It will, and it's up to $1 million. If we only need $100,000 to lift this project off the ground, then that can be articulated when we do our due diligence and advance a funding agreement.
Yeah, and I think with all three, there's a lot of that, still lots of questions, and it sounds like a lot of it will be resolved at the funding agreement level. I appreciate administration adding that slide in there. I would like to formalize that by amending the recommendation on the table to include some of that piece. I can come back, or do you want me to do it now? Okay. So I would like to move that the following be added to parts 1, 2, and 3 before as outlined in attachment 3, including clear deliverables, performance indicators, and where appropriate tie payment to satisfactory completion of project milestones.
Second?
So this is, I can't remember which slide number it was, but I think, I appreciate the intent. I think that does give me some reassurance. I think this making it really clear, transparent as part of the recommendation will give me that kind of peace of mind about what will follow. And if a lot of this is going to be worked out at the administrative level and at the funding agreement level, and that is fine. I think we just need to kind of lay this out here for clarity.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Any questions on the amendment? We'll just deal with the amendment at this point. Councillor Rice, yes, please go ahead.
So from first round of the answer to my question, I heard administration state very clear the deliverables, performance indicators, all kinds of things will be included in their agreement. That is already considered, right?
Correct, Councillor Rice. This is reflective of administration's work and commitment to our due diligence for any grant agreement.
Okay. So because I just started, I already heard from the answer, and in the first round, my question, and so will be included. And you just want to put this in writing and to make sure it's not missing. Or
That might
you
be to
already.
Councillor Tang.
Yeah. So to me, this is redundant, and because from the answer I received from the first round question, they said it's already going to put this type of things. So what's the difference you want to get from to add this?
So I would say you're right. I do want this to be in writing. I think in the past we've had a lot of, administration intends to do A, B, and C, and then I think sometimes we lose track of those. And I think this one documents it better. I also think this task force recommendation is not like any other report we typically get. These are sizable investments that I like to see some clear milestones.
So if that is the case, and back to delegations, and do you have a clear milestone and for the project you're going to complete? And then what is my understanding, and then all those 3 items initiatives is just the pre-study, predetermination, and you do not have milestone, you do not have the cost even for the specific project. So I'm a little bit confused here because to the completion of the project milestones. And can you respond to my question a little bit more?
Yeah, I think as I alluded to, there was some brevity put within the report that didn't maybe underscore all the details that the working groups came up with in terms of some of these deliverables. I think there were deliverables, there were key performance indicators, and some broad milestones within that. So I think we've got some precedent to work off of.
Okay,
We'll build that into our grant agreement.
But today we have to approve the agreement. That is my understanding. The motion is on the floor. Is the funding agreement between the SSSO needs to be approved?
No. Well, the next steps are that council's directing administration to go and create those funding agreements with these amounts, with those partnerships. So we have more work as administration to do in terms of the rigor around the grant agreement.
Okay, so I may have more questions come, but I will yield my time then to listen to what my colleagues' question.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Rutherford?
So I'm a little bit concerned about the wording of this amendment in that it might actually be going too far into actually undermining the intent of the task force. So I guess first I'm going to ask the mover, how come some of these concerns and questions weren't shored up in other opportunities before today?
So I did. I raised these with administration, and they did provide that clarity through the slide deck. So this is the wording from the slide on administration's next steps, and I think this is important to lay this out here for transparency and clarity.
In what way? Like, what are you worried? Because, I'm genuinely I'm genuinely curious when it says like in form and content, acceptable to the city manager. Administration has said they're going to do their due diligence, but we also have to think about this is meant to be community mobilization, and it's meant to say, to some extent, we want to give Canadian Mental Health, Islamic Family Services, and the Edmonton Community Foundation the opportunity to have outcomes that we want to achieve and then work with community to find potential for those. And I worry that if we put something like this in, we're actually kneecapping community. What are your thoughts on that?
Even though this is what administration tends to do regardless. I am
If they're
putting.
tending to do it regardless, why do you need it in here? So
We
like,
have-
you're
we've had-
asking me
we
the same
have-
question.
We have many motions in the past where I feel a lot of intentions were actually gotten lost. For me, the motions on the tables by themselves, I don't know if I can support them today without some kind of transparency and accountability. I don't even know what we're actually investing in. I don't know what kind of, who the users are. I don't know if we've kind of run some of the, even just desktop prototyping, I don't know if any of those have happened. I think this gives me that assurance about what's gonna happen.
I guess I'm really confused because we have spent more money at this table on things with less oversight. And we're not giving community, like for me as a community developer, what I'm really struggling with, and like I'm bringing this up right now because it's in some ways it's just benign, but in some ways I think that there are unintended consequences. And the whole spirit and intent of the community mobilization is to plant seeds that can grow and mobilize community. And so if we put too many performance indicators and milestones and deliverables, then it really limits potential from community to step up into those spaces. That's what I'm struggling with this one. And that's why, like, honestly, if it was just a benign, I would just like not really, like, I would just say, yeah, sure, amend it, whatever. But I'm actually genuinely worried about the unintended consequence from the spirit and intent of what the task force has worked for over the last year. And so I guess I'm gonna ask, like, am I over, and I'm, because I'm, you know, sometimes I'm too close. Right now I'm on this side of the table, but I've also been on with the task force, right? So like maybe I am too in it. So I'm gonna ask others to provide perspective on this amendment.
Well, I'll add a comment, just because I appreciate the interest in having a detailed outline and plan, but again, to put it in perspectives, we were working for 4 months. This was developed in 1 month. The small teams that worked together went out and got what they could and put together proposals based on that. We liked the ideas, but recognized they need more work to be fully fleshed out. Are those organizations going to now spend another year fleshing out those before council puts a motion forward? Maybe not. That was the intent of this, was to get community to rally around ideas that we thought could actually have impact in community and that we could actually get people to join with us to do. We don't have it fully fleshed out with every last detail and timeline and how every dollar will be spent, which is why there aren't decimal points in the estimates that we've provided.
And that's the difference between community building and administration, I would say. Would you? Like administrative processes versus community processes. Community processes can be messy, right?
They can, but we also, again, we're working within a timeline. I don't think any of the organizations that were at the table want something that they don't feel strong and comfortable with being supported and doing good work. We volunteered our time. Again, Nick and I met at least bi-weekly for the last 6 months. We both have big jobs. We did that because we believe in the interest here. So that's why we're at this table. I mean, even that idea of will ECF match? I mean, we're taking on work that we don't have right now because we believe in this. We're looking at potentially how do we bring donors to a table of something we haven't been talking about because we believe in this. So I think there's
I apologize for having to cut you off again, but we're running over. Councillor Wright, please go ahead.
Hi. So I guess to the mover, I appreciate wanting to get more definite on the deliverables and outcomes and that. The one part that does concern me is tying the payment to satisfactory completion. So does that mean it would have to be completed? The action would be completed before receiving funding?
Well, this is from the slide from administration. Happy for administration to clarify that.
It says where appropriate, Councillor Wright. And I'll just note that, you know, our updated municipal agreements, we have policies and procedures in place that require us to understand the deliverables as it relates to grant agreements. So certainly Stacey is here if you'd like more details on how we do it now, but look for council's direction on whether this needs to be in the motion or not.
Okay, but does that kind of tie the hands? Like, I mean, how is somebody supposed to get something done if they don't have the money to do it?
Yeah, and I think that's why it says where appropriate, but I recognize that can create some complexity.
And then who determines that appropriateness?
That would be, eventually it goes to the people that we're funding.
Right. But does that put any more control or oversight in council's hands if we're leaving the appropriateness up to administration anyhow?
Well, the motion does recognize that it's to the satisfaction or acceptable to the city manager. So it would be with the city manager in terms of this agreement, the details.
Okay. And then, okay, well, since you've offered Stacey's feedback on here, I guess more so I'm just wondering, with other community safety and well-being funds, did we have these conditions put in on any other items that we've approved? And how much have we approved in community safety and well-being?
So I don't have the community safety and well-being approvals at my fingertips. I can get that. But I would say, like, what's required of us when we do so this ultimately would still be a municipal funding arrangement. So we have recently revamped our municipal funding arrangements policy that will have us, we look at the agreements and we write agreements to make sure that there's strategic alignment and that we outline that the grant agreement is clear. You're getting money for this purpose. You need to do these things in order to keep that money. And you need to report back on us on what you were the outcomes you achieved with that money. And so we've got some procedures in place to establish that. We work with organizations, though, to advance money. We don't expect people to do things without money. We would advance the money, but we would require certain check-ins. And if you don't spend your money on the things that you say you'll spend your money on, we have procedures in place that would have us try and recoup that money.
Okay, so there is a process in place for follow-up and
Yes.
like you said, if we need to take some of that back. And that's something is that kind of the same process like with FCSS funding and other grant funding? That's any municipal funding?
Any municipal funding that we write arrangement, like municipal funding agreements for. Yeah.
Okay, perfect, that's all I have, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, I think that my question was just answered, but just for crystal clarity, this amendment is not adding any additional conditions. This work would be happening regardless through administration's process. This is simply embedding that wording for additional clarity within the motion, correct?
I think so, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cartmel, you took your name off? Okay, can I get?
No, I don't. I'll just speak to.
All right, no more questions on the amendment? Anyone to speak to the amendment?
Point of order. Who is second for this? Okay.
Councillor Rutherford, please go ahead.
So I will support this amendment because I don't think we need to belabor things like this, but I do worry, as somebody that had worked in administration for a long time, there's a difference between having delegated authority and something like this being in a motion from council. And I just really want to understand that, like, I don't want to understand, we're speaking to it. I want administration to understand that I don't think the intent of this amendment is to do anything beyond what you would already do. So don't add more rigidity to this agreement. based on this amendment. So, you know, with that understanding, I will support it today because it is redundant to what's already been done. But I also do know the power we wield on this side of the table and the ripple effects that happens on admin side that I don't know all of my colleagues are as acute to. Some of them are, for sure. The two that moved and seconded this absolutely are aware. So I recognize that. But I just, that is my thing that I will just want on public record. Please let community do community. Community building is messy. Community building often has so much tension between what's city-led and what's community-led, and we're already doing so much city-led. Then there's the provincial jurisdiction. We need to give community the ability to mobilize and to plant this seed for the community to foster and grow. And so just whatever we do with these agreements that obviously require due diligence, but at the end of the day, we're doing something innovative. We're doing something that many municipalities have not done before in these 3 recommendations, and so one of them may fail. And I think that's an okay outcome too, and something that nobody's mentioned here before. So I also want to be okay with, like, I'd rather spend $1 million trying something to address this major crisis and have it fail than not try it at all. Or put in so many requirements that isn't set up to succeed. So with that, I will, but yeah, I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, no, thank you. I think this is a good amendment. I think as noted, it provides some greater clarity, and I think actually works in the spirit of some of what is being undertaken. I think one of the great opportunities that projects like this have is collecting evidence, collecting data that supports scaling these projects up. So I think having this in here explicitly really helps to strengthen the work and ensure that the successes can be replicated, and if there are course corrections or pivots that are needed, that there's a good mechanism to do that through. So I'm excited for the work ahead and appreciate the mover bringing this forward.
Thank you. Councillor Tang, to close?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the debate on this amendment. I recognize that it is something administration is thinking about. I would really need to see it here for that reassurance. And I think typically when we talk about some of the social innovation methods, when we talk about a big complex problem and what are some of the ways to kind of get at it, through many different interventions, different ideas. We see these ideas. Failure is okay. I absolutely understand all of that. But typically when we do that, ideas are often a lot lower cost because then it's a lot lower risk to try something. To try something and it fails and you try something differently. $1 million is not a small cost. $1 million is not something we'll say if it fails, it's okay. I actually don't know any initiative where that is the case. So I do think some measures here and approach I think is important. I don't think this necessarily needs to come back to council because I think I also heard administration commit to periodic report back about how things are going. I'm good with that. Again, I also need that formalized as well in a subsequent. So I think that's the difference that I'm struggling with. Yes, you've only had 4 months. It's not a lot of time. I think I was expecting different ideas come forward. I was expecting lower risk, a lower cost, but that's not the case. And if that's not the case, that's okay too. I just need a bit more reassurance with these pieces here. So that is why I put this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. We are on to the original motion as amended. Anyone to ask any further questions of administration? Councillor Rice, please go ahead.
So I do have a few questions here. In terms of the initiative number 1, convert commercial property into sustainable house. So can city administration provide me how much money we already and the city provided, and for 2 hotels or 3 hotels? So maybe you can provide that detail we already put on that type of project.
I'm going to look to see if my housing colleagues have that number on hand. I'm not sure if there's someone online that can share that number. I'm not sure off the top of my head.
Because that is similar as this. Yeah, underutilized commercial properties.
So I think the intent behind the task force idea is around doing the initial assessment and scoping, where some of the funding that has been done for other projects is to do the development. So slightly different.
Yeah, I know that, and then I just want to know, because the city already starting doing, why we already spent like how many $1 million already on this type of project? Why right now at this point we need to do the predetermination to do more study? And then should that study and happened even before city invested so many $1 million to the hotels?
So Councillor Rice, I just need to take this away and talk with the housing team. But I'm not sure that what was done with the hotels is actually comparable to what's being asked here. And so we need to take that back and look.
Okay, so but I do want to have that data as the information for my decision making. That's number 1. Number 2, and for all this conversion happened already, and do we have that accountability piece? And do we have the performance indicators? Do we have the results reports? What type of services we provided? And then what's the outcome? And then is there any where we can find that type of information?
I think we would have that type of information for each of our grant funding agreements that we do have. So
the funding agreement only provides, say, what you have to do, but does not say what the outcome and the outputs and the results and the impact. So I'm looking for different type of information.
I'll just look if there's anyone online that wants to speak to maybe some of those past agreements that we have related to some of those projects.
Thanks, Kim. I can take a crack at this. Councilor Rice, we are working on getting you that number specifically in terms of how much city money was put into past conversion projects, but the city has funded at least 3 that are that I'm aware of when it comes to Prairie Manor, which is a Mustard Seed Hotel conversion on the south side, the Sands Hotel conversion, which into Pamatswin for Niganan in the north side, and then also for the Coliseum Inn investment. So the city put in some funding, but we heavily leveraged federal money for that as well. And those were to fund like complete overhauls of all 3 of those buildings into permanent residential. So we can get the amount of money that the city has invested in that. It was much more than 1.5 million, though, I can tell you that, because it did fund the entire project and the renovation of all of that into permanent housing. What's before you today is a fund that would only look to target the feasibility costs, so doing the analysis up front. So that would cover things like, doing a building condition assessment to see what the state of the building is. It would look at like hiring an architect to see what types of floor plans could be created, how many units could you get if you were to take something like an office building or a hotel and try to convert that into permanent housing. So it would be used to fund sort of that upfront research that often nonprofits have to invest in at their own risk with no guarantee of any project coming to light or being funded. So a lot of building stock goes.
I'm sorry, I have to jump in here because I'm mindful of my time. So I still didn't get the number here, but I do have one more question, because this is grant, and then if council is going to just give the grant specific to 3 organizations without the open door for all the possible organization to get this grant, and I don't know how that could be impact the other organization and what type of message we try to send out and to really reflect our grant application process.
Maybe we could come back on another round to
Okay.
get that answer.
Okay.
I'll just pass the chair to Councillor Stevenson to ask some questions. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. I do have a question. I was just wondering if the task force did discuss anything about the city policies that might be impeding the progress?
I think where we thought we could include some considerations to that was under the system level considerations. You know, there are a variety of policies, some within your jurisdiction that, you know, do impact costs, time, things of that nature. And so I think we tried to center those recommendations more on the outcomes versus the specific policy that you might address. So our hope is you'll consider those and administration might consider those and subsequently address them.
Right, okay, so yeah, I guess my overall question is, was the task force only discussing like how to spend that $3.5 million best, or were there other things involved like city policies that may be impeding progress? One other thing that I would like to know, which I would have liked to have seen, is something to address, something that we've talked about quite a bit here, is ensuring that it's truly affordable housing. 80% market value rate for most people looking for affordable housing, I would say, is not affordable. Was that discussed?
So I guess I'll answer two components of that. We actually didn't get into, as I described in our process, we didn't actually get into any specifics until later in the process, because we did exactly as you would expect. We had all sorts of different perspectives on what part of the continuum, what kind of client, whether it's intervention or prevention. We talked about all of those things, the meetings with the city, the meetings with Homeward Trust. So it was all of that that helped us narrow down. Even the system level thinking came out of us coming back to there are things that multiple levels of government should consider that will have a huge impact. So that's why we had to write it down, to make sure we captured that, not just the three ideas. So it was all of that was part of the process that we had.
Okay, great, thank you. I'll take the chair back. Okay, I don't see any further questions on this item. Oh, would you like to put your, yeah. Councillor Rice, or I think we'll have to vote on another round.
I'll move another round.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Please go ahead. Do you have the answer to Councillor Rice's question?
I'm just looking for anyone from our
Yeah,
team.
apologies. We're having conversations on the side here. We don't have the exact numbers. It is important to be mindful that every site and building is quite different, and every build is different. So while the feasibility on a study, you know, may range, that can't necessarily be comparable to what a feasibility study on a new project might look like because of building condition, building size, what you're looking to convert to, et cetera.
I understand that there's future work will be involved, and for each project will cost different. But my question is, what's already invested? And then I think that answer should be, that information should be available.
I think I have that number for you, Councillor Rice.
Thank you.
So the city's invested $25.7 million for the three previous conversion projects that I referenced in response to my last response. And if that helps, that's for approximately 180, about just over 260 units of supportive housing.
Okay, thank you. So right now we're doing this upfront research, and then to have the more projects come in. That means my question is, in the agreement, we're not prepared, say, what future investments needed and for the project identified in this initiative number 1. Is that understanding correct?
Yeah, the agreement would only be related to the 1.5 million.
Okay, so that's my first question, thank you. And the second question answer is about the grant application process. Because right now we are already identified specific 3 organizations, and then how this could be come across, send the message to the community. If we're talking about community development, and community development, that means every organization who is doing community development work, and then should have the equal opportunity to those type of the work. So I just want to understand better and why we pre-picked the 3 specific organizations.
Yeah, I can answer that, Councillor. It's a good question. You know, I think part of our process here, as we've kind of engaged on a short list of opportunities, was to go to specific organizations that we felt had unique experience and insight to offer to support the validation of some of these concepts. And through that, I think we came to recognize that for this to not just be an idea, we would need a community champion to sort of see it forward and continue with that momentum post our hopeful award of that funding. Now, I think it's really important to reframe, this award as a partnership or as a community champion and a steward of that investment, because ultimately there is extensive engagement still to happen with the community in refining these concepts and ensuring that they are in service to the community. And so that's why we feel that's an appropriate mechanism at this time to have these willing and committed as well as experienced and capable organizations champion next phase.
Okay, thank you for that answer. The last question. So the 3 initiatives here, and say talk about to fill the gap and for the existing services programs not provided to the population, vulnerable population who needs the help. But I just did the quick research here, just really quick type about the housing and homeless program services provided. And even for the first page, and they're organized from A to Z for the first page, and under A already 15 program services there. And then if you look at the program services on the website, all cover what we're talking about for the outcome. So can you share some perspective why you are thinking is fill of the gap is different initiatives?
Yeah, Council, I don't have an awareness of the list you're speaking to, but I think from our perspective in this group of, I would call them industry experts within this sector and bringing diverse viewpoints, we've been able to assess that these specific ideas don't exist in the way that we're proposing them. So I think from our lens, they are additive and or outright unique from the perspective of what's being deployed today.
Okay. Thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Okay, it looks like we are done questions of administration. We have a motion on the floor. Anyone to speak to the motion? Please sign up. Councillor Knack?
Sure, thank you. I didn't have any questions, but we had a great information session last week, and the questions this week were great, so that's why I didn't have anything to add. So really just a quick thanks to everyone that was involved. A number of you are sitting here in the room. I'm sure some of you are online. To Councillor Rutherford for a lot of the work from Council's perspective. Really appreciate all that's went into this, knowing, I feel like we've said the same things. I've said the same things a million times. This is a complex issue. There's a great question. We've had questions even today, I think, from Councillor Salvador about some of the things that are coming forward. Are they entirely within municipal jurisdiction? Probably not. But we had a report last week that showed we're doing a bunch of things outside of our jurisdiction, and frankly, we need to be at this point. And we need to work with the provincial government. We need to work with the federal government. We all need to sort of come together and just keep sorting through this. In fact, we just passed a motion earlier today as part of the omnibus that said, how do we go sit down with them and figure out how we're getting best value for all of the money that we're putting into this very complex thing. So, Are these three recommendations that going to solve everything? Of course not. Like, this is just one more piece to the puzzle of a very complex, well, I mean, I don't think it's so complex. Housing will solve a lot of problems with the right wraparound supports, but recognizing that takes time to build, and we've got interim issues, and we've got people who are sort of on the cusp of falling out of housing. I think this is good work, and so with the amendment to make sure that we're clearly defining that, we're all working towards the same goals. So I'm very supportive. You know, this was never going to be the only thing that needed to happen in the city. It's just one more piece. So I think the work that's been done here is really positive, and my hope is that it's going to turn into even more ways to continue to help tackle an issue that is still not being as coordinated as I think it needs to be across all municipalities, across the province, and even across the country. But nevertheless, more action. Frankly, at this stage, more action is what's needed. So this is more action, and let's keep going on it, and hopefully we can make more meaningful progress on the bigger picture pieces over time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. Just wanted to take a moment to thank the task force and every single member who has contributed to this work. I deeply appreciate everyone who's given their time and their energy and their expertise to such an important issue that we grapple with every single day in our communities. It's been really interesting and exciting to see what has emerged from this work in a relatively short amount of time, with such a diverse group of leaders from various sectors coming together with a common purpose in mind. I appreciated the lens that's been applied to this work, the span from intervention to prevention, and appreciate that the task force was strategic in its approach to determine where community mobilization can have the biggest impact. And you know, I'm just reflecting on the reality that we all know we need to see significant investment across the housing spectrum in various areas, housing, healthcare, social supports, the entire ecosystem, to truly respond to the scale of challenges that we're seeing today. We also know that all levels of government have a critical role to play in the current crisis. And what I think this work also highlights is that there are important opportunities to leverage the efforts and unique positions of community organizations and community actors to meaningfully respond to the housing crisis as well. This is an issue that needs to be tackled from many angles by many different actors. And I'm optimistic about how these concepts and how these ideas can be scaled up in the future. So looking forward to seeing the outcomes and results of these recommendations, and again, my gratitude to the task force. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tang?
Great, thank you very much. Over a year ago, after the emergency was declared, a few days after that, I co-authored an op-ed in the Edmonton Journal, and I was very clear about some of the things I will be looking for coming out of this work. Number one, it was on centering on people to find out what works for them. Secondly, design the right solutions for the right people. And thirdly, honor the work already started using lived experience stories and ideas. I think the task force, with all of your diversity, you were thrown with a lot of information. And I hope that some of those stories and lived experiences made it to your desk. I'm not sure if I think with some of the, with the three recommendations coming out of it, I do think they're unique. I do think that, you're highlighting something that no one else is really doing. There may be different shades or shapes to that, but I do think there is a unique opportunity here. I think what I'm struggling with is kind of the amount and the risk and where the people, like who are the users? I'm not super clear on all three, and that's why I asked the questions I did. With the amendment, and I do have a subsequent motion around just sharing back, how things are going. Those are the pieces that is going to give me that peace of mind to kind of know that we are trying something different here, that we have honored those stories. So I think that's what I'll say. I think this is not easy work. I appreciate that, you've all had 4 months to gather and meet, and this is a crisis far beyond those 4 months. And
no one in this room can single-handedly solve that. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Paquette?
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, so I still have questions about this, but I believe that's a good thing. And the reason for that is, as has been stated, this is sort of cutting edge stuff for what a city can look to do. And the way is not crystal clear. And until we actually engage in some of this work, it won't become clear. And so on one hand, that's a risk. On the other hand, that's simply leadership in a field that requires leadership. And sometimes you have to invest in order to discover new things and new approaches. And we are obviously in a national housing crisis. We obviously have, as stated by Premier Smith, addictions crisis in our streets. We have so many different things coming at us from different directions, and no one is riding in on the cavalry to save us. Cavalry. I'm front loading Easter already, but no one is coming to save us. We can do what we can to help save the people in our communities a lot of grief. And so while there are still things I have lack of clarity on, which in a normal discussion would lead to me not supporting a motion. In this case, no one has those answers, but we must explore them. So that's why we'll have my support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Is there anyone else to speak? I will be taking an opportunity to speak right now if no one else wants to before we close. All right. I will. Thank you very much, Councillor Stevenson. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to say thank you to everyone. And I really like what I heard about how, the discussion and, you made some connections with, builders or, in the industry, in the social services, administration, council. So it's fantastic. It's great to see. That's a really important aspect of this, I believe. And I think that the recommendations are actually good ones. Yet, on one hand, like for number one, the accelerated retrofits, I see that as something that maybe we don't have to set aside money for it. That doesn't come along very often. When it does, I think it should come in front of council, as it has in the past. We have seen it in front of council in the past, asking for funding for such, projects. So I'm not sure if we should be holding money aside, waiting for that to happen. Although I think it's a great, because we have seen some success in it. I think it's a good one. However, I'm not sure if we should be just sitting on money, waiting for it. As well, number two, the peer support, and number three, again, they're good ideas. And I hear, the terminology seed funding, and seed funding is great when you have plenty of water, and we don't have plenty of water right now. So I'm just not sure if we do see success in it and we have to drop it. I'm concerned to see where it would go with that. And those are my concerns with the number two and number three. I'll wait to hear what's being said in closing before I make my final decision. Thank you. But I do want to take the time to say, I do appreciate, and I know it was a lot of work to do in a very short amount of time. So thank you for that effort. I'll take the chair back. Councillor Rutherford, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I had speaking notes that the mayor's office lovingly helped me prepare for this, but in light of some of the conversation and things I wasn't prepared for being discussed today, because even though I have offered for the last week to talk to folks, even though I said if you have any questions, my door's open, any concerns, not a single council member came and talked to me. I don't know why that is. But so the notes that I had, the speaking notes that I had, I don't know if they're relevant anymore. And I'm sorry to the mayor's staff for putting in that time, but I'm going to speak off the cuff. Yes, lived experience was grounded in this work and at the table in the early sessions. And we honored all of those voices through many sessions that were just about listening and learning. That did happen. And I know we can't walk through every hour of multiple hours of sessions that the task force had in terms of process. But as somebody that has done process in my career, I can tell you that the process was there. And that process was there intentionally so because we were such a diverse group. You had people that were builders that didn't know anything about what Homer Trust did, didn't know anything about the lived experience research that we already had as a city. And so we used that as our foundation, and thank you to our facilitator that we brought on board to take on a really hard task. I wanna reflect on something that Councillor Paquette said, where he said, you know, that it's cutting edge for what the city can do, and I actually disagree, because this is cutting edge for allowing community to do what community needs to do. Councillor Principe mentioned, you know, we only have a seed funding when there's water. I actually think it's not seed funding. I actually see the funding as fertilizer. I think the community already has planted the seeds. But some of the other conditions haven't allowed those seeds to grow. The funding is the fertilizer. The people that are going to champion this work and carry it forward and had the passion and the enthusiasm throughout this task force and will bring other people along are the water. And the sun is what we know. Oh, sorry, I did not expect to get so emotional with this. The sun is also a critical component to watching things grow. So if I'm doing this as an analogy, the sun is the motivator. The sun is the guiding principle of why we're doing this. So who are the beneficiaries? Not who are the users, who are the beneficiaries? And those beneficiaries are Edmontonians that we know are unhoused now, at risk of being unhoused, or precariously housed. And that sun motivates everything else. But community development is not linear. Complexity is not able to be lined up in a nice, pretty row. It is chaotic, and there is organization in that chaos, but there is chaos. And we have to, in some ways, embrace that. So I'll take the last minute to just thank, with deep sincerity, my colleagues for allowing me to be able to sit on the task force with such incredible, incredible Edmontonians that I had the privilege to get to know better and learn from and be inspired by. They're my son in some ways. And I look forward to continuing those relationships. And thank you for the mayor's office for all the work they did in picking these amazing folks to come to the table, to administration for their support in the task force, and to the facilitator. And thank you to every task force member. Sorry, my mouth is getting really dry. Task force member that gave their heart, their mind, and their energy and their time to come up with recommendations before us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried.
Sorry. Madam Chair, I'd like to move a subsequent on this item.
Please go ahead.
That administration provide biannual memos to council on the status and results of the implementation of Community Fund for Accelerated Retrofits, Peer Support Service for Vulnerable Tenants, and Bridge Between Housing Platform Programs as approved at the April 8th, 2025 City Council meeting OCM 02832 report.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Tang and Councillor Paquette. Would you like to introduce Councillor Tang?
Yeah, I think what was missing for me in the report is a little bit about, sure, let's provide the resources for the community champions to go away and do this work. But what I'm not clear about is, would love to hear about how that's going, even just periodically. So I think this will allow that. This is a wording provided by administration. I don't know if biannual is a good pace. So welcome some feedback on that as well.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Any questions? Not seeing. Oh. Councillor Rice, please go ahead.
Yeah, so what is biannual? And then even we don't know the project timeline.
Twice a year?
Yeah. Yeah, why?
Yeah, so we'd have to do the grant agreements, and then we would look to establish a cadence. We can be flexible if on biannual or project milestones, or I think the intent I'm hearing is for council to have line of sight as these projects continue.
So it's more like the reports come back, because this is used as a funding source under community safety and well-being. For all the other projects and community safety and well-being grant, they will provide the reports back to council.
Yes,
is that
as
my
part of the
understanding?
Correct. Yeah, there's
And then,
reporting requirements.
So for this 3 initiative grants, do we do the same thing? And because we use the same funding source?
Yes, through the grant funding agreement, we would have reporting requirements. This is, we would use a memo to council to maybe summarize the progress of the projects.
For that reporting perspective, is it annual report or is just end of the project as a final report? So because I try to figure out what is biannual, because I do not want to increase more work for city administration if we received the reports for the funding as a part of our agreement. And what does this serve different purpose, or what's it different? This is why I'm asking, is it final report at the end of the project, or is it annual reports, and for that funding we used for the project?
I get a sense that there's a desire to see a more regular, like a faster cadence in terms of reporting updates rather than just at the end. So I think that's why biannual is suggested, but if there's a different cadence for those memos to council, happy for that input.
Because this is just a hint, provided a hint there, and the project will last over 1 year. And that is why we put it biannual. So maybe to the mover, what is your understanding? That's, to me, the project will last longer. We don't know when we will receive the final report. That's why we put this.
I think that's a good point, because we don't really know much about how these 3 will roll out at all. I'm also open to, even if it's update embedded as part of CSWB, to your point. But I think I just want some kind of mechanism so that, we hear about how things are going and what the progress is.
You could remove the biannual reference and leave it to administration to provide a regular reporting, knowing the intent of what council is looking for through this motion.
I will consider that friendly if the assembly does too.
Okay, sure. I would like to move that.
Can you just confirm out loud that that's friendly for those
That is
online?
friendly. I see that it's friendly to the assembly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Wright?
Yeah, I was concerned with that because biannual is every 2 years, semi-annual is twice a year. So I would, yeah, so if we are going to get something, I would like it done before 2 years from now. And again, this is something that you already indicated you would be doing as part of this rollout.
In one of the questions I had noted, you know, there is an opportunity for administration to share updates with council through a memo to council. This formalizes that commitment to do that in terms of clarity on direction.
It's in your slide, and it's not, okay, so now that that time frame is taken out, it's not directive, that is, as soon as something happens with the implementation considerations, we will be updated?
Sorry, say that again,
So,
Councillor Wright?
okay, so I'm looking at your slide in your presentation, and you talked about providing a memo with implementation considerations. So will we be getting those updates as these things are implemented?
I just closed my computer, my apologies, but I think
Sorry.
the reference to that memo is the systems level ideas that the task force had provided. We would provide a memo with administration's analysis on advancing that work and any implications to be mindful of.
Oh,
So
I
it's
thought it was
different.
in relation to all the implementations, okay. Okay, okay, I guess this just specifies it more. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions. We are just going to extend time to finish this item. No need to speak, Councillor Tang? Okay, please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thanks, Councillor Hamilton. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Thank you again, everyone. We are on break now for 15 minutes. We'll be back at 3:47. And I'd like to call this meeting back to order. And I'll do a quick roll call here. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Knapp.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Hamilton.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Cartmel.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. All right, so we are going to go back to item 6.3, and we were at speaking to it. We have the first reading on the floor. So please sign up to speak to item 6.3. Councillor Cartmel, please go ahead.
Thank you. I think there was a motion on the floor, yes? Did you make your motion? Yeah, okay. Okay, so I have this apprehension, and that is that we got to be careful what I can say in public, what I can't. I have an apprehension that we ultimately might not be disposing of these buildings, depending upon what the market might say. So I'm therefore apprehensive about spending a lot of money vacating the building because we may not ultimately have to vacate the building. So I'm contemplating an amendment that would remove points 1 and 2 and simply say, come back and go do some market research and come back with a report on whether there is a market for this building or not, or these buildings or not. And maybe that can be recrafted into come back when you've got an offer, or come back when you've got more information. There, you know, I'm being a little glib. But don't start down the road of spending that $22.7 million to vacate until we've got a more firm footing on that we actually have to do that. Your thoughts on that?
I can start, and then colleagues can chime in here. I think what I would recommend is that we would make it clear so that we're still able to list the properties, because I think that would be the best way to determine like the true market interest. When it's actually available, we can see what offers would come in. But in terms of when we actually spend or get approval for a capital profile, if that's deferred until after, and then we would have to come back to council with a report around the disposition proposals that came in, that could be a path that we would be able to take.
Do you have a sense of timing? Happy to hear from IIS as well, but do you have a sense of what the timing would be to go out and get something back, something tangible?
So this is part of the slight complication in terms of just where we're at from a district energy perspective, and when a bylaw needs to be put in place, as well as understanding and setting the utility rates associated with that bylaw. My perspective in discussing with some of our brokerage partners is the more information we're able to share, the better it is for anybody to submit a tangible proposal. So our idea would be to defer listing until at least that piece is completed. We would hope to have that done by the fall. Utility rates, I'm not entirely sure as to exactly when those will come forward, but maybe the earliest we would list would be the fall of this year based on some of the discussions that we've had so far.
So would order of operations be figure out the utility piece? My words, not yours. Figure out the utility piece, rates, etc. I guess in the meantime then, in a parallel process, figure out point 3, which is the parking revenue agreements with the WindSpear. And then with those things resolved, then go out for a listing, then come back to council with a report on that listing, and from there we proceed. That might be a year though before any work proceeds on the capital profile.
That's correct, Councillor Cartmel. That's our understanding, that
The profile would be approved, but we would not be spending funds until we reach that condition, if you want. But with the approval being done, it would expedite the work as soon as that condition would be met.
Well, if the report came back and said we have success in one form or another, and then the profile was approved, I don't see that being an impediment. Am I wrong?
You're not wrong, just beyond the point that part of this equation is if we're gonna market the properties, if we find that we feel that it makes sense to divest of them, then this will be required to do it. So again, council sets a tone and intent towards understanding all the pieces of having, whether it's approved today or not. The intent would be we would wait and watch before we expend the dollars, to your point.
Okay, I'll contemplate that. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Wright? No, Councillor Stevenson, please.
No, Canadian standoff over here. I think the question of whether there's a market for these buildings is important. I think that speaks mainly to the funding question rather than the strategic question. Because I think what I'm understanding is that regardless of where the market is, strategically it makes sense for us to no longer have staff in these buildings.
That's correct, Councillor Stevenson. Given the required investment in them, it continues to be our recommendation to divest of them.
Yeah, and again, looking at our overall strategic approach that, and again, I think, there are other approaches. For example, we could dispose of the assets in other ways than a land sale, right? There could be below market sales, there could be, creative partnerships with other organizations who may wish to take that on. Those are all other options that could be pursued?
Our general intent would be to dispose the asset entirely, but we would never not analyze an offer that comes in. And so if there was an offer that came in that was looking more at, say, a land lease opportunity where a conversion or something might be possible, we'd have to just revisit that and see how that looks compared to the other offers that might be on the table.
Yeah, but again, regardless, there's a value proposition in avoiding future capital costs for this asset and also consolidating operational costs into a more efficiently used other building
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Wright?
Thank you. So for point 3, so holding that in abeyance, so that means we wouldn't be able to list Century Place for any offerings.
Yeah, the way that this is written right now, we would not list Century Place until a report comes back to address the items within that part of the motion.
Could we not set it up to condition that the offer itself address any revenue agreement that might need to be made? Because how do you, I don't know. I just think that sort of gets in the way by not putting it out for public offering.
So through the original intent of the report and the way that we've tried to structure sort of the path forward right now, the thing that we're looking to achieve is to make both of these buildings as marketable as possible to try to attract an investor to come in and acquire them and repurpose them as they see fit. And so from administration's perspective, the best way to do that would be to list those properties with as much clarity and ability for an investor or purchaser to do what they wish and to not tie that down with any further maybe obligations or anything in that respect. We already have the district energy system that's in place, and so there needs to be an obligation to tie into that, and that's why we're delaying listing. But we wouldn't recommend adding other conditions on a sale that may prevent certain offers from coming in.
So having this report then on the parking revenue agreements would help in the sale?
What we would do is we would continue to look to resolve parkade revenue sharing issues with the Windspear, and we would come back with a report specifically on that. And in doing so, we would just hold off on listing Century Place to see what are the options that we can come up with related to that.
How long would that delay things?
Either way, we are delayed in the sense of when the listing will actually move ahead, because we know that we have to do some of the district energy work that needs to happen.
So it could
I
run
can't tell you-
concurrently?
We would, I mean, if the motion is approved, we would take every step to try to work towards a solution on that, but I haven't given it much thought in terms of exactly how long that would take, depending on the different options coming forward.
And I would say, Councillor, we really have to look at in that timing related to district energy and making sure that's secure. And as Bart said, it's scheduled around Q2 of 2025. I think in terms of keeping this moving, we would want to endeavor to make sure that point 3, if it stays in here, meets that same timeline, so we can continue to Bart's point on the rest of it. So that this would be before you in time for when we would be ready to consider putting them on the market. So, and I know I'm speaking a bit for everyone, but I think we would want to endeavor to that, or else we are compromising and delaying the intent of what you have before you today.
Okay, so it's doable to get it done in the same time?
We would endeavor to make it so. I don't want to speak too much for everyone here, but yes,
Okay,
I think that's what we're all trying to say.
Okay, so, and if you can't get it done in the same time, what does that then causes further delays to put Century Place up for sale?
Yeah, I would say we would honor what, if council approves this motion, we would make sure that point 3 is brought before you before we take the next step. And as we've said in the report, risks over time grow in terms of capital investment we might be required to make on these facilities along the journey of it. And what it would take us to do the move after too. The budget estimates we've given you today are today's dollars. As time ticks on, that could change as well, i.e. could take more dollars.
Okay. And by leaving 3 in increases that risk for more dollars, more time?
Generally, I would say yes.
Can we vote on these separately, clerk?
Funny you should say that, because I was just looking at this. So if I can just say how I see this, and then admin can correct me where I'm wrong at the back here. So what's been proposed here is that council approve a capital profile, and that if the buildings are sold, they go into an interim financial reserve. But point 3 assumes the sale of Century Place, but holds it in abeyance. So I would say you need to approve probably 1 and 2, because if 1 and 2 don't pass, then there's no 3.
So 3 could be removed and put in as a subsequent to the mover of the?
I think what I'm understanding is that we could divide the motion into 2 parts, so 1, 2, 4, and then 3 separately.
Okay, I'm satisfied with that, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rice?
So if we approved the capital profile, in terms of budget perspective, because you request that money and starting this budget cycle, 2026. Right now, if my understanding is correct, so we're going to proceed this sales and then but hold the money we will not spend, and then until this $22.7 million, even I don't know how this number calculated. I ask the same question back to the last conversation. But how you can take action and then without any money, because right now, by looking at capital profile here, your funding source is interfinancing. So that means you will use some money from our city, from a capital pool, corporate pool, or use something different. And then when we get this $22.7 million, and then we just use this money to recover that use in this budget cycle, because the funding you planned here cross 2 budget cycles.
I don't know if Stacy wants to take that question.
So I would say we won't incur the expense.
Okay, so you will not, you will hold. But even though you planned for the 2026.
So if there's no capital profile approved, we won't incur the expense. Even if there's a capital profile approved, we will monitor and make sure that we don't incur expenses before we have unless absolutely necessary, before we have some level of certainty on the sale of a building.
So this actually makes me really uncomfortable to approve this for the number one, number two, but I do understand, and our city clerk said this is connected. You number one and two cannot approve, and even we don't need to talk about the number three. Yeah, so I have to think about, and is there any way we could wording this motion or change this motion a little bit different, and to meet the purpose, allow you to do some work. I like that music. To do some work, to move some actions, but at the same time, will not have any expenditures occurred in advance before we have certainty. So I'm struggling here. So maybe, can you help?
So alternatively, Councillor Rice, we could see a motion that would allow administration to move forward with preparing the listing for the sale of Chancery Hall and Century Place. And so it could be a addition to number 3. We can take that away and see what that could look like. But yes, we would need some approval from council to entertain the sale of those two facilities.
Yeah.
But we could do that without the capital profile.
Without the capital profile?
Yeah.
Okay, so if that is the case, do we need to do that today? And then I know Councillor Cadme will ask you the same question.
It would be our preference to do that today, yes.
And then is there any wording you could provide it, or?
Yes, we'll work on some wording and provide.
Okay, yeah, because otherwise I'm not comfortable and to do this by even look at the budget and resources, funding resources here from financial perspective. Okay, that is my first question. Second question, I heard my colleagues say we can say 1, 2, 4, but 4 is talk about the attachment 2, 3, 4, and the number 1 is the attachment number 1. So it's different. So I don't know how we can put them together because that is totally different topics. Attachment 2, 3, 4. So I'm a little bit confused and why we can put them together because number 1 and 2 is specific for the attachment 1 for the capital profile. Yeah, I just want to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Rice, can you move a second round, please?
Yeah, so moved.
Thank you. Thank you. Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thanks, Councillor Hamilton.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Councillor Cartmel, go ahead.
Great, thank you. So my understanding is that there is some information available on the condition of these buildings and the costs to address any deficiencies. And I know I referenced a year-by-year cost, and I know that's not available, but there is some information available that attaches costs to conditions, yes?
Yeah, that's private attachment 3.
That's private attachment 3. So it's already been provided? Has everything been provided that's?
We provided a summary in attachment 3. So it's a table of the cost, capital investment expected, immediate or next 10 to 20 years for each of the facilities.
But that's a pretty, I'm not sure if this is this private?
Yes, it is, Councillor.
Yeah, okay. That's a relatively high-level summary. I'm wondering if there's information that can be provided that that backs that up? Can we get the reports?
Yes, Councillor Cartmel, we could provide the reports. There are numerous reports. They have been analyzed and amalgamated to provide the information of the attachment by our teams.
Do we need a motion for that, or can we just, a memo that connects them or links them? I can, if you need a motion, I can move a subsequent.
Yeah, I think that would be preferred. We'll have to think about, I mean, we're talking about a private element already, and so we have to think about that logistic and how extensive that information would be, I guess, too, right?
Yeah, I think, Councillor Cartmel, we want to make sure yourself and your colleagues are understanding that these are highly technical documents that you will not be able to make the totals that you see in front of you, because there is a lot of work that goes into analyzing what we get from consultants.
Yeah, the arithmetic might not add up, but there's more detail in those reports that at very least I'd be interested in.
Yeah, we'll just make sure you understand that it won't add up.
Okay, I'll work on a subsequent, when this conversation is done, to inform that. Okay, I have an amendment to offer then to the motion on the floor that is with the clerk. And that amendment is as follows, that points 1 and 2 be replaced with the following: that administration return to committee with a report summarizing all market research related to the potential sale of Century Place and Chancery Hall. And secondly, that point 3 be amended by deleting, quote, and that the sale of Century Place be held in abeyance until this report returns to executive committee. And I'll take a quick moment.
Second, before you.
Thank you. Yeah. So if parts 1 and 2 are deleted, then point 3 needs to be changed, because there would not be a sale. We would get a report first before we proceed on the next steps. And the intent of my amendment is that we go and do, and any rewording that administration has to offer, but effectively we go and do the offering, the sale offering as has been described here, and see what we get, and then come back. And if it looks promising, then we proceed with the capital profile and the other work. But in the meantime, we're doing the utility work, we're doing the parking revenue work, and a sale offering goes out, and the results of that comes back. So if I need to change the wording on that, then I can, based on the conversation we just had a moment ago.
If I may
Absolutely, yeah, please, by all means. Yeah.
I might just recommend that maybe we just make it more to the point of, we would return back to committee with a report outlining any market research that's been conducted, including the outcome of a public offering for Century Place and Chancery Hall.
Sure.
So then it gives us clarity that, we have council support to list the properties, and then before we do anything, we would come back with that report.
I'm fine with that. Maybe you can clear up the wording with the clerk. And so I just want to be really clear. We don't need to belabor this. I just feel like we need that before we approve the capital profile. If you feel differently, then vote against the amendment. But I feel relatively strongly about this. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. We have an amendment on the floor. Councillor Stevenson, any questions?
In the interest of time, I can just speak to it.
Anyone else have any questions to the amendment?
I do. I'm looking in the chat at what the initial motion was for number 3. And so deleting, I don't see all those words in the original motion.
So the motion that was on the screen is different than the motion that was in the chat. I just came to understand that a moment ago myself.
Okay.
Yeah.
So can I see what number 3 was? Because I don't know what that leaves for number 3. Or can you tell me what that leaves for number 3?
So the original motion's on the screen. And number 3 says, provide a report on the options for resolving the Parkade revenue sharing agreement, and that the sale is held in abeyance. But if we're not doing 1 and 2, then there is no sale to hold in abeyance, so that comes out. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor
But I
Knack?
could maybe take some more time until Andrew figures out what he's going to ask. No.
Councillor Knack?
Sorry, I was trying to figure out if I had questions, and I needed more time to read in order to determine if I had questions. So, all right. Okay, so I think here's my question. We'll see if it makes sense. I hear the desire for that data, so I like that. I'm not opposed to that. I'm also not necessarily hearing opposition to the original motion, so I'm just wondering, is there a way to, so here's my question. How long will it take to get said information? This is information, so the market research, you have that, some of it, and then there's a separate piece related to any potential sale. So, I guess, do you have everything you need to finish that work? Generally, on hand.
Generally, yes. So we've already been looking at the various analysis around disposing of these sites, what we may be able to achieve in terms of potential sale revenue and our own internal and external appraiser reports that we've received, including the expected demand. The key piece that I think we're going to potentially put some change wording up here is that this report would be more about summarizing all bids received from publicly offering Century Place and Chancery Hall for sale prior to entering into any further negotiations or agreements. So, the timing for listing a piece of land and building like this, we'd want to provide a fair amount of exposure time to ensure that we can get as many bids in as possible, as it's a larger structure of a building.
Mm-hmm.
So ideally, I would say that we won't be coming back with this report, I think, until likely the new year, assuming we list the properties in the fall of this year. Okay. I'll just reference again that doing so, or maybe for the first time, we are cognizant knowing that this is an election year as well, and so we'll still do this. I think it's important work, but just flagging that.
Okay. Am I oversimplifying, maybe to the mover, so am I oversimplifying this in that, because I like the original motion and want to give direction to do that. I hear your piece says sort of you want a check-in point before we finalize, and you're wanting to make sure we don't do too much of an expenditure on the work.
I don't want us to start spending the $22.7 million of the relocation work before we actually know we have to vacate the buildings.
Yes, yeah.
And so there's revised language that needs to go into part one here that effectively says, put it on the market and see what we get.
Yeah.
And if we get something good, okay, away we go. And if we don't, then, well, we haven't spent any money.
And so the difference is that without this motion, there was a chance you were going to spend some amount of money that might have been, you're going to have to spend some no matter what to maintain, we have basic, life cycle maintenance that we have to do no matter what from safety. That's the money. There was the potential that without this motion, there might have been an amount that was more than that spent prior to potentially finalizing a sale. Is that correct?
That's correct, because we would have started the relocation work after we had market confidence that a sale would be coming versus a confirmed sale agreement.
So if you had 20 people come and give you, say they're interested, you would have started to initiate some of the spend only if you had had that. Under this motion, it says if you get 20 people that are interested, you're going to come to a council meeting and let us know. The timeline difference between that is, and I'm genuinely asking, are we talking okay, if you get 20 bids, you're going to come to us relatively quick anyways, wouldn't you, to say, hey, we got 20, you've got direction to come and bring that information. How long are we talking about as the delta? Is it a month? Is it 6 months? I just don't know order of magnitude in this scale.
I don't think it's a huge difference in time. Like, once we have the bids that are gonna come in, then we would be reporting back, and at that stage, I would assume if everything looks acceptable, that a capital profile would be the recommendation for us to approve at that time.
So that doesn't feel unreasonable. The part that then I worry about, which I'm going to be out of time, and maybe Councillor Stevenson has questions now. No? Okay. Then somebody else is going to have questions, so I'll move a second round if that's Councillor Wright, so.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote on another round. Oh, yeah, you haven't.
It's okay, I'll just go first in the second round.
All right, let's vote on another round.
Well, I've decided to ask some questions.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Councillor Cartmel, can I ask you, if you so choose, to restate the amendment?
I don't know if we have
that's
revised wording yet.
in the chat.
Oh, is it? Oh, yes, that I'm happy to. So I'll restate the motion as follows, that points 1 and 2 be replaced with the following, that administration return to committee with a report that summarizes all bids received from publicly offering Century Place and Chancery Hall for sale prior to entering into any further negotiations or sales agreements, and that point 3 be amended by deleting, quote, and that the sale of Century Place be held in abeyance until this report returns to executive committee.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel and Councillor Rice. I just want to confirm that it's a friendly restatement. Okay, great, thank you. We will continue with questions then. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you. So there's a few things that I'm finding challenging with this amendment. So the first is that I believe that we have to answer the question of point 3 before we know what we're listing publicly. Is that fair? Because some of the resolution to the question of parking revenue with the Winspear may materially impact what we go out to market with in terms of the building.
I think that's so, if that's what council would wish for administration to complete that work, then yes, I think there should be a motion that clarifies that. Otherwise, what I'm reading out of this is, our next step would be, once we have everything in place around the district energy bylaw and all the utility rates are set, we proceed with a listing, and then we come back. And that listing would be under the assumption that we're trying to maximize value for the city, and we're looking for any bids associated with the parcels there.
Yeah, so maybe just to the mover, just recognizing that implication that we may lose an opportunity by listing the building in a way that doesn't help us answer the question that point 3 is meant to address.
Well, point 3 is still partly there.
But it can't happen after the bids, because the bids...
No, it can't happen after the bids. It would have to happen before. But I believe I said that earlier, that in parallel to determining what the utility rates are for the building, a parking revenue solution can also be determined for the building, so that when it's posted for sale, what's being offered is all of those things. A solution on the parking revenue, whatever that may be, and the utility question, whatever that may be.
Okay, is that understood by administration?
So from a sequencing perspective, then it might be best that we would have the first step would be to have a resolution on the parking conversation, and for a report to come back maybe on that, and then subsequently we would do the listing at that stage.
We can flip the points in the motion so that it reads that way. That's
okay.
This is the beauty of drafting motions on the fly, I know. But.
Okay, well, I think that is one good first step. So I don't know if that is by unanimous consent, but I think being clear to administration about the phasing of that, and it is very operative, I think. So if that's with unanimous consent, I would suggest that point 3 become point 1. I don't, followed by, anyway, we will look for some wording on that, if that's possible.
Could we say what our intention is collectively as a group?
So the intention is that the resolution of parking revenue happen prior to any public listing of these properties.
Okay, that's inferring from the original motion and amendment that that was the intent. So regardless of the order of them, the way they would have been listed is that those two reports, like there wasn't a sequencing, just
There was
numbering.
though, there was, because 3 was conditional that no listing could happen until the report had happened.
But the amendment struck
No,
that out,
listing.
so did,
With the greatest of respect, the motion posted said sale, not listing.
Okay, there was a revised motion wording.
Can we, at this point, take maybe a 5-minute recess to discuss?
no, I'm good.
No,
I'm
we're
good. It says
okay
sale.
to
I
do
think
this
it-
on the
I
fly?
think doing this behind the scenes in multiple chats is how we get ourselves in these
Well done.
situations. So I'm
Thank you.
happy to take direction, but it says sale. So if
The
that's-
motion that I read and that I shared in the chat says hold the public offering of Century Place in abeyance.
But the motion on the screen said sale, which is, and the advice I got was then what you see in my second bullet, because it says sale, not listing.
Sure, so what holds precedent? What was verbally entered into the record?
What is in eScribe is the record. The chat doesn't even exist. So if that was wrong, apologies.
Okay.
So
That was
multiple-
wrong.
Multiple,
Which is okay.
well,
Yeah, there's
multiple
lots of
versions
moving
go into
pieces.
chat, so it's really important that if we
Yeah.
go back to the beginning. So again, we're gonna put that back up on the screen, which we've
Okay.
done. And so we can fix this, but I just wanna be really clear, because we're both saying, there's 3 of us saying different things, so I just wanna make sure the record's right. And we haven't
Great.
voted on anything, so we've got lots of time.
Great, yeah, no apologies for multiple iterations, but if I could restate the original motion, that,
Before you do that, can we just have a second to get it on the screen
Oh,
so
yeah.
that we know what we're working with? Because if he doesn't change it, I can't.
Thank you. So as we're working on that, Councillor Wright, you probably are waiting to see the motion before you have questions?
So, knowing this is profoundly out of order, the third point could simply go from sale to listing, and I think that would meet Councillor Stevenson's original intent. So if the original motion said listing in part 3 instead of sale, and then my motion was to amend that, I think we have the order of operations that we seek.
so I think that resolves the first one, which is great. Appreciate getting that clarity.
We're kind of getting out of order here. We're just
Yeah,
talking
like I
back
can't
and
change
forth
the
here.
record
This
based
is,
on,
yeah,
I
this
have
is
to
out
get
of
the
order.
record right, and I just gotta give Tim 5 seconds to put it in, because there's been so many versions of this, so just let's give him a second. Okay, so Councillor Stevenson, what's on the screen right now does say sale, and you would like that to say what?
Public listing?
Okay. Is there any other changes? I don't know if you can see that on
I
your screen.
apologize, public offering? I don't know if, yeah, public offering.
Yeah, we can change that to, is there anything else on this that you would like amended?
No.
Okay, so then going back to Councillor Cartmel's amendment, so 1 and 2 would be replaced as per the wording provided by Bart, and that and then motion 3, if the amendment was to pass would say that admin provide a report on the options for resolving the parkade revenue sharing agreement with the Windspear end sentence.
So I think at this point, we would remove the second bullet of my amendment, if that's friendly. And that preserves the intent to solve the parking thing before the listing.
Okay, and is
Great.
that also friendly?
Yes.
Yes.
Madam Chair, if you could.
Yes, that is friendly to me, to the Assembly. I see.
Yep.
It's okay.
And then just since we're really going rogue here, are we changing the order of these? Okay. So Tim's just going to put on the screen the very friendly amendment, which is just going to be that points 1 and 2 of Councillor Stevenson's original motion be deleted and replaced with that administration return to committee with a report that summarizes all bids received from public offering Century Place and Chancery Hall for sale prior to entering into any further negotiations or sale agreements, and the original point 3 stands. And then we got to keep everything private. We good?
Okay, good. And the original point 3 you said stands
The original
as
as presented
stated,
by
as
Councillor
stated
Stevenson.
originally.
Yep,
Okay,
if that's all friendly.
that's all friendly. Any questions, Councillor Wright?
Yes. Timing, given timing, you mentioned there's an election or something. Would that put at risk an actual sale of the properties?
It wouldn't put it at risk. I was just flagging it as it's understood that that's happening, and so we would do our best to make sure we proceed with caution and provide the best information when we're going out to list. But it shouldn't impact anything.
Okay, and then going to the point 3 on Councillor Stevenson's motion, that's going to stay in as long as it reads the listing, right?
That's my understanding.
Okay.
Yes.
Again, what's the risk of a delay in coming to some sort of agreement or determining what that agreement actually is?
I mean, that'll be subject to the discussions that we'll have to advance on that side. So I can't unfortunately tell you exactly how long that will take, but just so I'm nice and clear. Oh, go ahead.
Will an update then on that be brought forward with this other report?
So, and that's the part I was going to flag, is so the instructions that I'm understanding are our first step, if this is approved and the number 3 stays in, we would go back, we would resolve number 3 first and foremost. We'd work to resolve the parking revenue situation. We'd come back with that report. Subsequently, we would move to advance, depending on the outcome of that, we would move to advance the buildings for sale, and we'd probably have some input based on that report. And so we'd be advancing the new motion that's being put on here, and then we'd come back with yet another report that provides a summary of all the bids. And at that stage, if everything is deemed acceptable and we have a certain proponent or 2 that are interested in acquiring the site, we'd likely advance another motion or a recommendation at that stage to obtain a capital profile approval to do the work that we need to in order to relocate staff.
Okay, but nothing will begin until a determination on a potential revenue agreement is?
Yes, that's my understanding.
It's mine as well. Yeah.
And, Okay, that does concern me, that it just hinges on that one thing. Do you
I think
foresee
Councillor
any
Wright,
delay there?
I think either way, the direction, if this passes, is we go away, we look at the parking revenue, we work through that first, we bring that back to council, and we would get direction from council, whatever the outcome of that is, when we feel we've done our diligence on that, and then we go to next steps.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, that makes me feel better. Okay, thank you. And I'd like to move a third or some subsequent round.
Second.
Okay, let's vote on another round, please.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you. I think I appreciate us working through the clarity on this and on the amendments. I think maybe where I'm continuing to struggle is that I think we have a disposition strategy that isn't necessarily centered on sales proceeds of assets. There are other strategic reasons why we're taking this approach. Is that fair?
That's correct.
And so where I worry is that I don't see a scenario where we don't still want to dispose of these assets.
That is our position and why the report came to you as it did. That's correct.
Yeah. And so I just worry about the risk that holding, any asset poses over time. And so, and for me, there's just this phasing question because there's work that has to happen before we move staff out of these buildings. If none of that can be happening until this point, then we are extending the timelines of owning this asset.
Yes.
Yeah. So to the mover, like what risks do you feel we're mitigating by getting this additional check-in point after the bids are received?
I'm not convinced that it is a 100% eventuality that we're moving out, depending upon what the market says and what other forces might be at work. And I view that as somewhat binary. Either we own it and occupy it, or we empty it and sell it. There's a number of things that could happen in between. Leases, partnerships, cohabitating, habitating part. Who knows what we will hear and what we will see. So I would rather wait and see what all of the potential options are before we make a decision on withdrawing. And if there's an and I understand the apprehension, time is money. So if we delay this, it runs the risk of being a bit more expensive. Then let's get these things solved and get on with getting on. I also have a number of questions about the 22.7 million, but I'd rather ask those later or offline. Because if we go back to approving this capital profile, then I have a number of other questions as well.
Yeah, and on the one hand, I appreciate the desire to keep some flexibility, look at different options. That wouldn't happen with this report, right?
Well, if we do an offering, and ultimately we're going to get to a point where we're doing an offering and finding out what the market says. And if we've already gone down the road of planning a decampment without understanding those options, I think that's premature. I think that's ahead of the game. If it comes back, and so this is the problem, is that you begin to presuppose, particular outcomes. So that's why I hesitate to say, but I mean, if we get no offers, I'm not convinced that we're still leaving. Some may be, in which case, vote against the amendment.
Yeah.
But I'm not convinced that we know everything we need to know to absolutely know that we want to decamp from those buildings. I'm not there yet. I haven't seen the condition reports that I'd like to see. I haven't seen the market report I'd like to see. I haven't seen what others might offer by way of different solution sets that I'd like to see. So waiting on the capital profile 6 months, I don't know that that is a material delay.
Yeah, and just to administration, would you come back as part of this report with recommendations? Like, what I'm struggling with is that these bids will be in absence of any further context. So is there any analysis of the relative value of other approaches that could be explored?
I'll start, I'll let Bart jump in. As I understand this motion and the intent of what we are going to do, I would have to say more no than yes. We would target and look at the marketability of these properties.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I wanted to pick up on a thing that we had this item at the fall supplemental budget adjustment. And at that point, it was removed and then come back with a report. And then that report came back, didn't it come back at the end of January?
It was presented at executive committee on March.
Oh, that's the one that, okay, and then now if with the motion on the floor, if that is approved, you would come back with a third report before doing anything.
Correct. Yeah.
When this was at the fall supplemental budget adjustment, what were the original timelines for this?
We were going to start relocation work in 2025 because we are at equivalent of checkpoint 3 of the PDDM process. So we were going to go into detailed design and start the work. In parallel, Bart and his team were going to go ahead with the listing with the same timeline that they are looking at right now. So needing the district energy bylaw to be passed and then hopefully having a listing out by the end of 2025.
And what was the rationale for bringing that as a budget adjustment instead of, doing it with the 4-year budget debate? I'm guessing it has to do with some of the liabilities that might be coming up.
That's correct, Councillor. It was viewed as we had presented Council with previously notice of this was part of our asset rationalization work. We had completed some of the work related to understanding what relocation looked like. We had invested time to work with our real estate folks to look at what we could do with Century and Chancery. And so basically the project was at a point where it was ready to be funded.
Yeah, I remember that. And so it's saying, I guess to the mover then, just like you mentioned that it's just 6 months delay, but it's actually the way I'm seeing it, it's more like a 1-year delay. Thoughts on that?
Well, through the discussion today, we had an in-private report that we haven't seen before. And a lot of information there. Secondly, we've heard today that there's a need to figure out what the utility costs are for this building. That work isn't done. The sale of the building the buildings can't be listed until that work is done. So we're not losing any calendar time yet. If these other things are polished off in the same amount of time that it takes to settle those utility matters, then we're not losing a minute. And so that would be, frankly, the challenge, is to make sure that that happens.
So I guess, yeah, I think that's all my questions for now, actually. Thank you for your answer, Councillor Carmel.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. I am not seeing any other questions on the amendment on the floor. I'll ask my colleagues to please vote.
Just waiting on one more vote. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. And now we will move on to the motion as amended. Anyone to speak to the motion? Not seeing anyone. Councillor Stevenson to close?
Sorry, can we put the motion up on the floor to see?
Sure.
Point of order, I think the wording in point 2 still needs to be updated to public listing, public offering, apologies.
So replace sale with public offering, I think, is what councilor's referring to.
Yeah, we're on it.
Sorry, and just for a point of clarification to the chair, are we still able to split out 2 for voting purposes?
I believe that would still be in order. Clerk Giesbrecht, would that still be in order, separating item 2?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, if you want to vote on them all separately, sure.
Okay, how about, just for good measure, we'll vote on them separately. So we'll, Councillor Stevenson, would you like to close then? Please go ahead.
Sure. Very briefly to say, you know, I think the discussions around the disposition of these 2 properties, you know, I think this way forward is also a good approach. I do worry about some of the timelines and ongoing liabilities that the city faces, but I am very enthusiastically supportive of the second part of this. For me, this is really critical work to ensure that we continue to support downtown vitality and a really critical community partner in the city. So look forward and encourage my council colleagues to support all sections of the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Please vote on item number 1.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Please vote on item 2.
Just waiting on one. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. And now let's vote on number 3, keeping it in private.
Yes.
We're just sending the vote out here. We're trying. Could we vote on keeping this in camera with unanimous consent and give Tim a break? Perfect. Any objections? Perfect. Thanks, Tim.
All right, thank you. And now we are on to item 6.4.
Councillor Principe, I have a subsequent.
Oh,
Just
yes, sorry, Councillor
Very
Carmel.
quick subsequent, I put it in the chat.
Please, go ahead.
And that's that administration provide access to all available building condition reports on Century Place and Chancery Hall.
Second.
And I wrote it that way so in whatever way you see best, links, private copy, whatever. That's why I phrased it that way.
Thank you. Are there any really important questions on this?
I'm so sorry, but there.
Councillor Stevenson?
Just clarifying with the mover, your intent is that that would be made available to council?
Yes.
Okay, I don't know if that
Yeah, we're
wording
gonna
is-
add, yeah, I was having minor heart palpitations
really?
here.
Okay,
So
I'm
we're gonna
sorry.
just be clear that this is just private and confidential information available to the 13 of you only.
It's friendly to me, absolutely. So,
Friendly,
yes,
so
so
friendly.
just into the mic, amended such that it's private and confidential to council only, subject to the appropriate parts of the FOIP legislation.
So just to be clear, there's gonna be no memo that goes out from administration with all this stuff. If you wanna go see it, call the friends and go visit them.
In whatever way IIS feels is best.
And I believe that's a friendly amendment, or? Great. Any other questions? Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That has carried. All right, we have completed item 6.3. We have 10 minutes for item 6.4.
Yeah, I don't,
Councillor Stevenson?
yeah, thank you. I am happy to move that the March 5th, 2025 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 02920, be received for information.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor. Does anyone have any questions to administration? Councillor Stevenson? Would you like to introduce it?
Yeah, I mean, I apologize. Very briefly, just to introduce it, I believe that WindSpear is a critical part of our downtown, and I'm really excited for the expansion project that they're undertaking and the investment they're making in our community to better serve our community and provide more options for Edmontonians to be involved in the arts and in music. In efforts to support their work and ensure that it can move forward in a timely way, we were looking at a number of different financial options to support them. With the inclusion of the WindSpear in our request for our amended CRL, I no longer think that we need to explore this avenue, and for that reason, I'm moving that we receive for information and that no further action is needed on this.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. I'm not seeing any questions. Would anyone like to speak to this? Great. I'll ask my colleagues to please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. All right. Yes?
Is it possible, if there's no questions on 7.8, to bring it forward and that just clears out the delegation for tomorrow?
I'll move to bring that forward.
Second?
Please vote on bringing 7.8 forward.
Please, yes, yeah, Old Strathcona Public Realm Strategy
Thank
Reserve
you.
Fund.
Great. Please vote on that.
We have all the vote.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. We will go to item 7.8 now. did we need,
I don't need a presentation. I selected it by accident.
you selected it by accident? Oh, okay.
Like, the item would have, had I not selected it, the item would have continued through. So I
I see.
misunderstood. I thought there was something else requisitioned from committee.
Okay, would you like to move the,
Well, actually, clerk, was there something else requisitioned from committee?
There were many reports requisitioned.
So
from
I think it was
committee,
just the,
but this was not one of them.
this was not one of them. Okay, then I have nothing further on this.
would you like to,
I'll move receipt of information, I guess.
No, no,
I'll move the recommendation.
Second?
all right, so we have motion on the floor. Anyone?
so I'm just confused. Are you moving the motion from admin or are you moving the motion from committee?
I would like to move the motion from committee, which was passed at committee.
The motion passed at committee was
Yes.
to recommend to council that administration establish a reserve fund to dedicate net parking revenues from the E-Park lot located, et cetera, et
Yeah,
cetera.
that was the recommendation.
Not receiving it for information.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, are there any questions? Anyone to speak to this item? Okay. No one to speak. Oh, Councillor Rice, please go ahead.
I do have the quick comments, and then at committee level, I voted no, and because I do feel like the concept and use the EPAC revenue only revest back and to the area that is actually in not alignment and with our city administration about general revenue approach. So I voted against it, and that I will not support this as presented today as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak to this motion? Not seeing anyone. Councillor Jans to close? No? Okay. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. All right. Now we finish item 7.8. Now we are at 4:55. I think at this time we will, what's the word? Not adjourn. Recess. Thank you. We will go and recess until tomorrow morning at 9:30. We'll see you then. Thank you, everyone.